The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone.
Choose your destiny.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Thank you, God, for this day. We have lived everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us, allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen.
Really, I'ma get that bitch. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She took my son, now my soul is cold. He took my daddy, now my soul is old. Yeah. Woke up. Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Doing what we do 3 to 4 nights a week. King Chaka ENT.
I got this.
From the
She
back
starts
seat.
shooting.
That dude was like, ow.
What was that?
Outside the car,
That nigga
deputies'
got
body
popped.
cameras capturing the bullets flying through the air.
We got shots fired
couldn't
up
have been
here.
a straight
We need
shot. It had
backup
to be-
immediately. Start
Are you-
EMS. Start EMS.
What
We got
the
a
fuck?
civilian. We got a civilian hit.
The deputy.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. Any stuff that I use that you feel like infringes on your intellectual property or whatever, please contact me. I do not mind deleting or editing out any parts that I use that you don't want me to use. Please contact me. Thank you. Would appreciate that. Okay, it's only down from here is the name of the show. You know, and I was thinking about this, and I really did not want to name this because it's, but I was going down the line looking at the stuff that we were going to talk about, and it seems like it's all just kind of like drudgery, low energy stuff, I don't know. So that's what it is. So, but I'm going to try to make sure that this channel doesn't turn into a channel that's just spewing out like horrible stories. Although there's a number of horrible stories we're going to cover today. It seems like that's all I've seen right now. So the ones that catch my eye, whatever, the stuff that I want to talk about. So, and I'm like, I'm going to make sure that I don't turn into a channel that's just spewing like negative stuff. But today's going to be some low energy, like low spiritual. My brain is not even working because I don't want to freaking go there. But anyways, that's what it is. Only down from here. It's like the idea of it is like, you know how they say you can only go up from here. And then they talk about exponential growth all the time. And then, but then if you're on the top, if you're number one, if you've beaten everything, then it's only down from here, So that's analogous to some of these corporations, a number of them. Some of these Western nations, I would say, some of these like lifestyles, if you will. So only down from here, it's like you've reached a pinnacle on this stuff. So the pendulum always gonna swing back. Like, you go up, what goes up must come down. It's like the story. What's the guy? Let me go to it because I'm thinking about it right now. Andrew Tate. I saw a story on him, a post. I don't 100% know that it's true, but they said they're taking his cars. And it's like, he was boasting about his cars in the post that got him caught and arrested, and now they're taking his cars. Where is it at? I don't have it here. It's not. They must have deleted the post. Maybe it wasn't true. It said that what's the country that he was in? I'm so thrown off, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get it together. I need to warm up. Let's just look it up. Because I don't see it here. Yeah, they said that they're taking his cars. I must have not shared it because maybe I didn't want to really talk about it, but it just popped up in my mind. And what goes up must come down. It's like the dude was bragging about his cars, and now they're confiscated. I don't know if it's true. Let's see. Andrew Tate cars confiscated. Spell that. Oh, it did. It's popping up. Yep, it's popping up on multiple. Let's go to it. 1 second. Okay, it says Romania has seized Andrew Tate's car collection. Some guy. I don't know which one to click on. I don't know none of these. Business inquiries. What channel is that? Andrew Tate's cars just get seized. Even the Bugatti. Andrew Tate's cars were reportedly seized. These are shorts. Here's all Andrew Tate's cars before his arrest. After it, okay. Let's see. 4 hours ago.
The latest news in the Andrew Tate case is here, and it centers around his car collection. Today, Romanian authorities seized Andrew Tate's car collection as his investigation continues. That includes all of his Bugattis. We know from his tweet to Greta, which may have weirdly enough got him arrested, that he has 33 cars in his collection, all of which are now under control by the Romanian government. Ultimately, this means that Andrew Tate cannot say his most famous line anymore. What color is your Bugatti? Because his color of his Bugatti is nothing. Because he doesn't. I mean, I thought the joke would work, but it's kind of corny. But yeah, anyways, you can't say it. If I was in jail with him right now, I'd be like, hey, Andrew, what color is your Bugatti?
What color is your Bugatti? Yeah, this dude's got a bunch of music and stuff. I don't know who the hell he is, and it's like 8 minutes.
All right, so it looks like Andrew Tate's cars have been reportedly seized, in which they were seized by the Romanian government. And this report comes from a Romanian journalist who goes by the name of Stefan Loridan, in which he says, new update, the prosecutor...
It's got all that music in there. Anyways, we get it. Apparently it's true. But my thing was, what goes up must come down. Like, this guy's living on the top of the world for sure. And like I say, once you get to the highest pinnacle, there's the only direction you have left to go is down. You know? That's why they say enjoy the ride. That's what we're supposed to do. Kind of waiting for some people to get in here. I got a bunch of freaking articles Let's go to the ones I posted something. Oh wait, this one is got. I think this has got. No, this is not it. But the craziness going on in the freaking. Let's read this. Can't answer now. It says you're either with us or against us. Republicans explode in closed door meetings hours after speaker vote. Welcome to the 118th Congress, potentially one of the most unpredictable and possibly chaotic scenes we've seen in Capitol Hill. This is political, by the way. After weeks of intense, how down to the wire negotiations, Republican Kevin McCarthy is out of time to lock down the needed 218 votes. Earlier this morning, he met with GOP behind closed doors to make his final case, and things got colorful. I earned this job. We earned this majority, and God damn it, we are going to win it today, McCarthy said in a fiery speech targeted toward those who vowed to oppose him. He told members that, hold on, let me see. He told members that there are about 20 members who plan to vote against him, far more than the 5 who publicly admitted. At one point, Representative Mike Rogers, Republican Alabama, pushed the idea that any Republican who opposes McCarthy should be stripped of committee assignments. Representative Chip Roy, Republican Texas, one of McCarthy's chief antagonists, promptly shouted profanities in response. More on what happened behind closed doors at the link in the bio. Democratic leaders, meanwhile, are vowing that their members will all show up for anyone but McCarthy. If any decide to leave voting early or not show up at all, it will help McCarthy by lowering the number of votes he needs. Voting started at noon, and should it drag into the wee hours of the morning, we could see Republicans move to adjourn until another day. That would delay Republicans from staffing up committees, passing bills, or even paying some of their employees. Yeah, so basically he didn't get the votes. So it's going to go to another day tomorrow. That's the last I heard, the latest I heard. They're going to vote again tomorrow. And we'll see what happens. It's not looking too good for McCarthy right now. Let me see. I got another clip on that. Wait. Joe Biden. Let's hear Joe Biden. What's going to happen? So it says, President Biden says he hopes House Republicans get their act together and elect a speaker after 3 failed votes. How do you think it looks to the rest of the world? It's not a good look. It's not a good thing. And they said it's been 100 years since this has happened. One comment I have to say right off the bat, them saying it's chaos or whatever, it's like, that's politics. And them, like, on the Democratic side, they all just lined up for Jeffries. That sounds to me like some get in line, follow the leader, no real, because I think I have a video on it, but Breonna Joy-Gay was talking about how the Democrats could have used Nancy Pelosi when she was getting her seat as majority leader. They could have used that to push for Medicare for all or something or whatever, because that's what these Republicans are doing against McCarthy right now. It honestly is going to be painted in the media as just chaos and them being dysfunctional, and not to say that it's any of that's not true, but there's more going on too. So they're going to say that it's just dysfunctional and chaotic, but at the same time, you've got these people who are jockeying for their interests, basically. And that's what they're supposed to be doing, actually, you know, in their defense. You guys know I don't pick a side. They all suck. What I'm saying is they're, you know, for whatever reason, like their motivations may be terrible. Like what the incentive, like what they're trying to do may be terrible, but they're trying to do something. And that's what they're supposed to do. Am I sharing? I'm not even sharing. Why you didn't tell me I wasn't sharing? I was playing Joe Biden. Y'all didn't see that clip. Was it a clip before that I played? God, that's why it sucks when nobody's here.
Dysfunction is what it is. Chaos, crisis, and confusion along with craziness. That's sad for the American people. We need a partner in governance to build upon the incredible progress that we made. We accomplished extraordinary things on behalf of the American people. The American Rescue Plan saved the economy from a deep recession. Shots in arms, money in pockets, kids back in school. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, creating millions of good paying jobs for the American people, fixing our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, airports, our sewer and water systems, our mass transportation systems, and ensure high-speed internet access in every single community. Gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that will save lives and make our neighborhoods safer. The CHIPS and Science Act to bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America, and the Inflation Reduction Act to strike a decisive blow against the climate crisis, set our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, lower energy costs, strengthen the Affordable Care Act, lower healthcare costs, and drive down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. And those are just the highlights of what Democrats did with a similar narrow majority. The Republican dysfunction is what it is. Chaos, crisis, and confusion along with craziness. That's sad for the American people. We need a partner in governance to build upon the incredible progress that we made. We accomplished extraordinary things on behalf of the American people. The American Rescue Plan saved the economy from a deep recession. Shots in arms, money in pockets, kids back in school. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, creating millions of good paying jobs for the American people, fixing our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, airports, our sewer and water systems, our mass transportation systems, and ensure high-speed internet access in every single community. Gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that will save lives and make our neighborhoods safer.
I apologize, you guys, that it looped. I couldn't even hear it. Like as soon as he starts talking, I just don't hear him no more. Like I hear talking points and like, you know, word salad. I don't hear him. Like you know, that's why that looped twice, because I was waiting for the end of the loop and I didn't even know it had looped already, because he's already looping when he's talking, you know. But he's talking about the freaking craziness of McCarthy not getting his seat, House Majority Leader. Let me read this. Move On posted this. It says Democrats' new leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, laying out the long list of things Democrats accomplished in the last Congress, makes the hot mess of the new GOP majority even sadder. I am frustrated because I played something for y'all and y'all couldn't see it. I'm not going to go back. I was talking about the what's the name, but whatever. I'm not going back. And I read this one, so that's fine. Yeah, so House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy's having a hard time. Well, he's not the House Majority Leader. Not yet. It should have been a shoe-in for him, but it's not. Let me see. Because we're on that topic, I want to go further with that. Yeah, Brianna Joy Gray. She talked about force the vote, and she made some really great points. It's hard to disagree with her. And also, you're not gonna hear any. I don't know. I don't really watch the mainstream news that much. So, but I don't think so. I don't think that they would say these things that she's saying here.
What's on your radar, Brianna?
Well, Robbie, today's is a doozy. Yesterday, for the first time in 100 years, the House majority couldn't decide on a speaker. In 3 rounds of voting, prospective leader, Representative Kevin McCarthy, fell short of the 218 votes needed to secure the speakership spot, losing votes rather than gaining them as the day wore on. Because the Republicans hold a narrow majority in the House, McCarthy can only lose about 4 of his own members. And as of the 3rd round of voting, he was 16 votes short of 218. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio clinched 20 votes by the end of the day after consolidation in the 3rd round. But despite the historically rare nature of a failed speakership vote, yesterday was far from unexpected. First, because a vocal anti-McCarthy faction has been signaling its intent to not vote for McCarthy without significant concessions for weeks, as we've covered on this show. Second, because as many progressives know, we've been here before. In 2021, a movement known as Force the Vote advocated for progressives in the House to do precisely what this rogue faction of Republicans are doing now, but to do so because they could use their leverage to fight for the people. They declined to do so. Now, Republicans are showing how much power coalition politics can, in fact, garner. And despite major coping on social media with selfies and lame gags about eating popcorn from the left, while Republicans flail, it's so-called progressives who have egg on their face right now. The fact is that the rogue Republican plan to secure concessions from the Republican establishment is working. For example, McCarthy has agreed to a rule that would make it easier to oust a sitting speaker. The compromise package offered by McCarthy also includes a cut-go rule that would require any spending increases to be offset by cuts in mandatory spending. Note that military spending, of course, is generally exempt from these budget wars. There's never any how will we pay for it when we're talking about funding Ukraine, only when we're cutting your Medicare benefits or penny pinching over the cost of your insulin. But other acts include reopening the Capitol and getting rid of pandemic protocols. I don't want to spend too much time in the weeds here. What you need to know is this. A political faction of the Republican Party that objects to Kevin McCarthy on the admittedly vague grounds they've offered have identified that they, in fact, have real leverage to demand basically whatever they want. And the Republican establishment can't do anything about it.
Well, I look like she have on a school uniform. I'm just saying, whatever.
Now, some critics say this is stupid because the rogue Republicans have no plan for an alternative speaker, and that it's highly unlikely that Jim Jordan could possibly whip enough votes to present a credible challenge to McCarthy. Left establishment toadies made a similar argument in 2021, saying that the plan wasn't feasible absent a viable speaker candidate in the alternative to Nancy Pelosi. This week's events prove how idiotic that contention really was. The Republican defectors didn't need a specific alternative candidate to gum up the works. As long as they pick someone, anyone not named Kevin McCarthy, Republicans are stuck in limbo. Unless 29 Democrats walk or vote present, giving McCarthy a majority, or 11 Republicans walk or vote present, giving Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries a majority, Republicans are forced to negotiate for as long as it takes. Now, the longest speaker vote ever in 1856 took 2 months and 133 rounds of voting, which puts yesterday's 3 rounds in some perspective. And during that historical vote, which featured violent fistfights and a caning between congressmen, legislating came to a standstill. As Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is firmly in the pro-McCarthy camp, pointed out, we can't even swear in as members of Congress until we elect a speaker. We can't form committees until we elect a speaker. We can't investigate anything until we have a speaker. Heavens to Betsy, that sounds a lot like leverage to me. And isn't that the point? The entire Republican agenda is now in the hands of a handful of opportunistic Congress members. And Republicans are not quite sure what to do about it. Some McCarthy supporters are trying to paint this force the vote effort as a self-interested hostage-taking mission, ginning up antagonism against the rogue Republicans in the public eye and ultimately in their districts where they probably hope they feel it the most. Here's Representative Dan Crenshaw on Fox News yesterday.
Republicans have been waiting years for this opportunity to take over the House. And so when the rest of the country looks at how Republicans are handling day one, they can't unite, they can't come together. It's day one and they can't agree already.
Yeah, it's a shame. It makes us look foolish. If I didn't know any better, it's like the Democrats paid these people off. Hey, let's pay them off. Let's make it look like the Republicans can't govern and don't deserve any gavels whatsoever. That's what it makes it look like. Again, their demands are foolish. Their demands are inside baseball procedural issues. That's what they are. Their demands are things that the average American doesn't care about at all. The average American cares about defunding 87,000 IRS agents. That's actually what's going to be on the floor today if McCarthy gets 218, because then we can actually start doing business. That's the first bill we're going to vote on. You know what's going to be right up after that? It's going to be bills on border security. It's going to be bills on making our economy more resilient and reducing inflation. It's going to be the things that people actually care about. The things that they want, the things that they're demanding to offer their votes to McCarthy are things that nobody cares about.
Right.
And look, nobody calls my office and says, you have to, this is my biggest priority. You've got to get rid of Kevin McCarthy.
Now, in that clip, Crenshaw is articulating what has become a very common refrain for Republicans, that these 20 or so obstructionists are standing in the way of substantive policy for the sake of administrative asks that don't matter to the voting public. He cites Republican plans to defund the IRS and secure the border as priorities that are getting stalled, and jokes that it's almost as if the Democrats paid Republicans to act this foolishly. He goes on to say that these rogue Republicans have no plan. And as I listen to him, I can't help but think, my God, he sounds an awful lot like establishment Democrats. Let me explain. In 2020, the situation was reversed. Democrats had a small majority in the House such that a handful of progressives, squad members alone, had enough votes to hold up Nancy Pelosi's nomination to lead the House.
Didn't do shit.
There were plenty of reasons, by the way, to do so. For one, AOC had previously gestured to the fact that she found it incredible that Pelosi had never faced a real speakership challenge in all her years. Moreover, we were at the start of the COVID pandemic and at the tail end of a progressive presidential campaign that delivered unprecedented public support for Medicare for all, along with other progressive policies. Did Bernie's loss mean that the movement representing a majority of Americans was supposed to die? And during a pandemic at that. Since Trump was still president, Democrats were still pretending to care about COVID deaths. And before the vaccines, when even young and healthy people were finding themselves hospitalized or even dying from COVID, there was genuine energy around using the public health crisis as a springboard for improving our public health system, which, by the way, is the most expensive in the world, despite yielding worse results than peer nations. Disgruntled progressives who made up a significant part of the Democratic Party base had dutifully voted for Biden, despite warnings from folks like myself who said that doing so without establishing some conditions would mean that Biden would ultimately betray most, if not all, of his campaign promises. And after the election, progressive YouTube Politico and comedian Jimmy Dore floated a simple idea to get something in return for those very progressive voters. An idea, in fact, that he gleaned from the DSA's own handbook. That is, you guessed it, force the vote. Progressive squad members could leverage their speakership vote to extract concessions from Nancy Pelosi. Now, unlike Republicans now, the left's asks were to be substantive, not just procedural. One key ask was a vote on Medicare for all, which was intended to keep the fight alive and draw contrast between Democrats' claims that they want to improve health care for Americans and the fact that they repeatedly kill Medicare for all legislation as quickly as they receive money from the pharmaceutical industry. If you want to understand why the vote for Medicare for all was such an important ask, just look at what's happened over the last 2 years. Look at how California, with its Democratic supermajority legislature, killed a statewide Medicare for all bill, or Consider how silent all of the squad members had been about Medicare for All since the end of the Bernie campaign. Did 68,000 people a year stop dying from a lack of health insurance, or did it just become uncool to talk about it now that we're outside of a fundraising cycle? Now, some of us, fearful that exactly this would happen, rallied over the holidays in 2020, staffing phone trees and calling progressive Congress members furiously about the plan, and even planning rallies. As left media figures debated the merits of the plan, people like David Sirota offered constructive additions to the ask, including a suggestion that Pelosi be forced to oust corporate Democrat Richie Neal from the Ways and Means Committee, where he was poised to stop progress on health care reform. What should be clear is the specifics of the ask were much less important than the following fact. Nancy Pelosi was obviously an enemy to the left and should not have been voted for without gaining something significant in return. After AOC's first notable day in Congress, during which she protested with climate activists in Pelosi's office, the longtime speaker made quick work of bullying the squad members into submission. An iron fist and a Gucci glove is how Politico described Pelosi once. And over the course of their first 2 years in Congress, the squad members largely submitted to said fist. But here was an opportunity to draw attention to the corruption that paid for that proverbial Gucci glove. The squad members could have demanded important committee assignments. As the current rebel Republicans have done, they could have forced a vote on banning stock trading by Congress members. After all, Pelosi's personal wealth has ballooned during her decades in office, widely out of proportion to her congressional salary. This is a woman who famously defended congressional stock trading despite the clear conflict of interest and insider knowledge Congress members possess. This is a woman who just presided over the quiet death of a bill to end congressional stock trading, one that was arguably designed to fail in the first place. But instead of choosing that moment to fight, to highlight the
So, and you know, you sent me something on that, and I'll probably go to that about them. They're in trouble now, right? They're investigating the Congress related to the insider trading thing, right? What is the story? I'm gonna go to it in a minute.
There was like 77 Congress members that has already that has violated the amendment or whatever the law was that they put in place back in when this was 2012, I think, when Obama was in office. They put in a law that they gotta, abide by certain time periods in which they can do any trading. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, like with my girl, my ex, she works for Apple. She's high ranking at Apple. She can't just go and start trading at any time because she has vital information about what kind of, stuff is going on. You can't just up and go and sell a bunch of shit or go buy a bunch, without doing it within certain periods of time. And that's the same thing that they supposed to do, but all of them are violating. So yeah, that's a part. Yeah, that's one of the the few things that they're investigating.
Yeah, buddy. Probably nothing's gonna come out of it, but hopefully it does. Because because if me and you break any little rule, they're gonna be on our ass.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. No, it's nothing to talk about. You did wrong, so
Yeah, whatever the consequences are, we just gonna have to pay it.
yeah.
But they
And
they
that's
get to
jail
do
time.
it. They get to do it and not face no repercussions.
Yeah, because I mean, you got the guards, you got the criminals protecting the watching the prison. I mean, you got the prisoners watching the prison.
Yeah, they're the warden and the guards.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's why it's so crazy. Like snitching. What do they call it? They call it whistleblowers, and that's what they always talk about. Who was the whistleblower? Like, if you just read between the lines on that, like you ran by criminals when they're more worried about who said what they said.
Yeah, who told on
instead
them?
of instead of the information that comes out of
Yeah,
people doing wrong shit.
Exactly. When they always get mad. The whistleblower becomes the criminal instead of the people who actually did something.
Yeah, so the criminal's gonna make the whistleblower the criminal. He's the bad guy because he snitched. That's crazy.
Yeah,
So that shit on the streets, the shit on the streets where people say no snitching, that shit is corporate America. You know, that's our that's our dominant culture.
Bro, bro, I've been saying it for the longest, but bro, these the best
They're
criminals.
gangsters.
Yeah, they some real criminals, bro. They gangsters for real. Like, I ain't never seen no gangsters wearing no jeans.
Yeah, the
They
gangsters
all-
wear suits.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I've seen some. I ain't gonna lie, there's a few wear, but most of them wear suits.
Yeah, the big G's, the real G's, the OGs. They wear suits.
Motherfuckers that change the weather.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That kind of power.
I want to play a little bit more of this because what she's saying here is really cool. Like, and she's giving big ups to the Republicans and she mashing on the Democrats, really.
Corruption of the Democratic Party and to lead a genuine populist movement that stood a chance of waking people up to the limitations of the two-party duopoly. Something curious happened. A call seemed to go out to leading figures in the progressive media that they should force the vote. Although I first heard of the idea from Sam Seder, host of the YouTube show Majority Report, who said he supported Jimmy Dore's idea despite having a long-standing feud with Jimmy. He quickly changed his tune, alluding to a call he'd received that discouraged this approach. A call from whom? We could only guess. The legacy left media all quickly turned against the idea, with large accounts like the Young Turks, Majority Report, and others spreading outright misinformation about the risks of what might happen if the squad declined to vote for Nancy Pelosi. They repeatedly claimed, wrongly, that Kevin McCarthy would become Speaker of the House by default. Of course, as we all saw yesterday and today, that was never true. Hakeem Jeffries is not magically Speaker of the House, despite earning more votes in the first count than McCarthy did yesterday. You need a majority of the House, not just a bare majority, to be Speaker. And yet the lie was so pervasive that Pramila Jayapal herself lied directly to former Rising host Ryan Grimm's face when he asked her during an interview why she voted for Nancy Pelosi without demanding real concessions.
Now, there were some pundits and left-wing media personalities ahead of this vote who were urging the CPC to use the vote for Speaker as leverage to extract a floor vote on Medicare for all. Why didn't the CPC end up taking that particular route?
Well, I'm sympathetic, obviously, as the lead sponsor of the bill, to people who are frustrated that we have not moved to a single-payer system yet. But the reality is that this is a very slim margin. The vote for Speaker was between Kevin McCarthy and Nancy Pelosi, and throwing the entire chamber into chaos would have been very detrimental for the Electoral College vote and everything else.
I later confronted Ryan about his failure to push back against Jayapal's claim on my podcast, and we had a constructive conversation about how things could have been handled differently. But since squad members rarely open themselves up to questioning from anyone in progressive media outside of Ryan Grimm at The Intercept, that missed opportunity was one that carried the lie that Kevin McCarthy could become Speaker if Democrats force the vote far and wide. Sam Seder was one of the most vocal opponents to force the vote. After, of course, he supported it. And following a 3-hour debate with me on my podcast, it was incredibly demoralizing to hear that he did not understand the basic facts of how the congressional vote even worked. I recommend everyone go and listen to that debate at Bad Faith if you haven't watched it already. Now, all of this was as obvious as the nose on my face 2 years ago. But major left media figures like Sam have been loud and wrong about this for years without any apology. This issue became the source of a major fissure in left politics. For years, I've been the subject of personal attacks from opponents of Force the Vote. Sam, for one, argued after a debate, which ended on a friendly note, that I, quote, yelled at him for 3 hours, while Cenk Uygur referred to me as a fake leftist just 6 months or so ago, in part because of my advocacy for Force the Vote and my perceived alliance with Jimmy Dore, who shared my support of this particular tactic. Now, of course, both the left media and mainstream media are perfectly clear on how all this works now that there's no pressure on progressives to actually be adversarial to the Democratic Party, outside, of course, wearing tax the rich sweatshirts. Now they get it. But while Democrats are bending over backward to pretend that the Force the Vote strategy is emblematic of a Republican Party in disarray, what this moment really shows is how fully controlled by the corporate Democratic Party progressive Democrats really are.
Yep.
What the rogue Republicans are fighting for now is not what I would have asked for. But the point is that progressives in 2021 could have asked for anything. My former colleague Ryan Grimm, along with progressives like AOC and Pramila Jayapal, bragged back then about securing relatively minor procedural changes like PAYGO exemptions. They lauded these gains so much, you would have thought that PAYGO was Esperanto for student debt cancellation, a $15 minimum wage, or a classic Oprah car giveaway. In 2021, these progressives celebrated wins much smaller than the wins already secured by the Republican holdouts this week. But now they're taking smug selfies from the House floor, as though McCarthy's concessions aren't proof that they gave up an enormous amount of leverage without a fight 2 years ago. And for what? What happened after they decided to play the game and make nice with Mama Bear? AOC tweeted that she wouldn't be forcing the vote because she was negotiating on the inside for committee appointments and was reserving leverage to fight for a $15 minimum wage. But how did that go, AOC? Biden and the corporate Dems killed the $15 minimum wage when Schumer stripped it from must-pass COVID legislation that only needed a bare majority to pass, converting a 51-vote issue into a filibuster-proof vote. And it was reported that Pramila Jayapal whipped votes to make sure the progressives didn't threaten to vote down the COVID relief bill in protest. I guess that sort of move is only allowed if you're Manchin or Sinema fighting for corporations, not progressives fighting for the people. Moreover, squad members ended up with even worse committee assignments than they'd had the previous year. Katie Porter was kicked off the Financial Services Committee, reportedly because her popular whiteboard presentations exposing corporate corruption made it tougher for Committee Chair Maxine Waters to do the real work of the Financial Services Committee, that is, fundraising from Wall Street. And this is what is so absolutely disappointing about progressives. It's why so many people who were once willing to fight with Bernie are no longer willing to engage in electoral politics at all. It has become clear that as performative and goofy as some of the right posturing is right now, people like Matt Gaetz are still willing to demonstrate more fight against the establishment of their own party than squad members who once claimed that they'd rather be one-term Congress members than forego their principles.
Bullshit.
Take a listen.
Humble to a fault. Maybe the right person for the job of Speaker of the House isn't someone who wants it so bad. Maybe the right person for the job of Speaker of the House isn't someone who has sold shares of themselves for more than a decade to get it. Maybe Jim Jordan is the right person for Speaker of the House because he is not beholden to the lobbyists and special interests who have corrupted this place and corrupted this nation under the leadership of both Republicans and Democrats.
Now, Matt Gaetz was talking about Kevin McCarthy there, but he easily could have been talking about Nancy Pelosi. The difference is you won't hear a peep out of the squad about Nancy Pelosi's corruption, her unpopularity, or the fact that after a 30-year reign, she's allowed to choose her own successor without any real contest occurring whatsoever, even from the progressive flank. We're learning today that Force the Vote works. It comes with media backlash, but it is, in fact, an effective mechanism that can be used to get a whole range of important concessions and deliver for the people, if people choose. That being the case, every single person who opposed it in 2021 has to answer the question: was bending the knee really worth it?
And that's what they did. They bent the knee.
I think they bent both knees.
And bent over.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they got comfortable down there.
So Breonna Joy Gray forced to vote vindicated. Matt Gaetz is doing what the squad should have done. That's the name of the title of it.
Yeah, man. Say, bro, things are getting a little bit outrageous, and I mean, it's so like this whole. See, I really can't wait for more of this stuff to reveal itself, because I mean, those of us who's been paying close attention can see a lot of this stuff is still, some of it is still kind of like not all the way out, but it's a lot of it is coming out. Like, man, bro, these people are super criminals, and you know, like that message I sent y'all earlier. The real reason why they don't want Trump back in office. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he ain't gonna have no, like, they treating the way that they've been treating him. If he gets another chance, like, he's gonna have no holds barred. Like, anything that he can uncover. Like, they went in Mar-a-Lago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like, okay, they say they keep telling us it's these secret papers or whatever, but they say that it's top secret, so that's how they can get away with us not knowing exactly what it was. You know what I'm saying? Because it's top secret. It ain't no telling what, you know. It could have been a little bit of nothing, but just a reason to just go in his house. We don't know. We're not gonna know that, but it's. I guarantee you, they mess around and let that man get back in office.
I don't know. It's going to be tougher for him this time. Let me read some comments. It says, thanks, Bree, for continuing to hold progressives accountable. Another comment, it says, this country has got to have a change in leadership. This passing the gavel from one buddy to another is destroying the country.
Yes.
Another comment, it says, do Congress members forget that they serve everyone they were elected to serve, not just the party they were nominated by?
They don't care about that.
Another comment, it says, wow, good to see someone on the left, facts, respect. Falling in line to the majority is not what I call representing the people. I'm proud of the pushback happening now, Republican Party.
Man, and you know, it sounds crazy, you know, and you know, maybe kind of conspiracy theorist talk, but why is it that all the stuff that's coming out, like you know, on some things the Republicans can get the shit done, they work together, no problem, but then when it comes to others, it just seems like they're just bumbling fools and like just can't get their shit together. Well, how is that? Like,
you know my answer. My answer is good cop, bad cop.
well, I mean,
It's a game. It's a pretend. It's a theater. It's a show.
I like I said, I've been saying, like, I think there's a lot more people on that R side that's been like, you know, say, bro, me and a friend of mine was talking about this. Like, a lot of the stuff that's getting done with the you know, like the Democrats or whatever, with the Republicans, all the Republicans that's helping, that shuts the hell up when, you know, when it's time, like when they really should be saying no, you know, stuff that goes against their own ideology. Those are probably the ones that's on Epstein's list. The list that never came out, that should have came out like a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to decide on which story I want to do next. I think it's let's go ahead and talk about the NFL and freaking you saw what happened. And that's what I was saying at the beginning of this show. It's like all of these stories are horrible. Okay, so Skip Bayless, to start us off, I got two clips with this. This one is Skip.
I'm like Boosie, like I'm like Boosie on that one. But go ahead.
It says Skip Bailey refuses to delete Damar Hamlin tweet during an argument with Shannon Sharp.
Have something you want to share this morning?
Good morning. Yes. Morning. There's been a lot of speculation of why I wasn't on air yesterday, and I won't get into speculation or conjecture or innuendo, but I will say this. Watching that game on Monday night, what happened to Damar Hamlin struck me a little different. As a brotherhood in the NFL, when injuries happen, when we know injuries are a part of the game, I've seen guys suffer ACLs and Achilles tear, but I've never seen anybody have to be revived and fight for their life on the field. So it struck me a little differently because I remember seeing my brother paralyzed on the field temporarily, and he was able to regain focus. Skip tweeted something, and although I disagree with the tweet, and hopefully Skip would take it down, but I didn't want it.
Well, time out.
Good to see you, Shannon. I understand. Have something you want to share this morning?
Good. Time out. I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Go ahead. Let's go, Jen.
Okay.
I mean, I cannot even get through a monologue without you interrupting me.
Well,
you could have came back. Skip,
well, I thought,
Skip, just let.
I didn't know you were going to bring up.
No, I was just going to say, Skip, I didn't want to yesterday to get into a situation where Damar Hamlin was the issue. We should have been talking about him and not get into your tweet. That's what I was going to do. But you can't even let me finish my opening monologue without you interrupting.
Okay. I was under the impression you weren't going to bring this up because nobody here had a problem with that tweet.
No. Clearly, the bosses wanted you to offer explanations. So clearly, somebody.
No, they did not have. Nobody.
Let's go, Jen.
Thoughts and prayers remain with Damar Hamlin.
That's where the focus should have been, and not on the football game. Yes, let's go, Jen. Thank you.
Time out.
And this one, it says, no doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of this game, but how this late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. So that's the tweet that it's so callous and like the game is what's most important. Like this guy is fighting for his life. And what's important is how we're gonna figure out who's gonna be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, in a moment where somebody's like fighting for their life in the moment, you know what I'm saying? Because the guy actually died, right?
No, he's still alive. The last thing I saw, they said they're showing positive
results.
Yeah, like as far as like some kind of interaction or something he's moved or something. Can't remember exactly how they said it right now, but that's what they said. So he's still alive, but he's on a ventilator. He's vegetable.
I tell you what. If something happened to Skip Bayless in the middle of the show, look, somebody just slide him over to the side and y'all finish the show. You know what I'm saying?
They can't do that. They get fired. Let me play.
I mean, how we gonna get the information if they shut the show? We need our information, bro.
He gonna come back on with a bloody face, or he gonna come back on the next day with a black eye or something? What happened to you?
Man, I'm surprised. Say, bro, he better have some security guards around.
But that's his persona. He's been that guy the whole time. This is his character stick.
But you see
the
how
asshole.
You see how he? Yeah, well, no, I mean he's been. Yeah, but no, that's like total disrespect, bro. I mean, and then the NFL, like, who is he to tell, like, you know, the corporation on how to handle the situation with their player? Like, bro, like.
Well, his job is to commentate, you know, to make those comments.
Okay, that's his job to commentate on the game, and if the game they're not playing the game, he's gonna have to just respect the fact that they chose not to play. I mean, what did his comments change? Nothing. Shut the hell up and just let them do what they're doing.
Yeah.
But he wanted to be the asshole. He wanted to show his ass, and he wants to be able to, you know, like they must need some more ratings and stuff. They need more people talking and saying something. So
yeah,
you know, I'm gonna go on and jump out there and
Yeah,
use
you
some of
never
my
know.
English.
The producers could have been like, "Man, this gonna get clicks, so let's run with this."
Yeah.
Well, we just played it on the show, and I don't cover the sports stuff like at all. But this is
I mean that's
this is an important event. Like it's beyond the sports, and it points to the whole thing.
Well, to me, the important thing is really the guy.
His health and
The
life
football,
and his future and what's
I
going
don't
to
give a
happen
damn.
with him.
I don't give a damn about Skip.
They putting their bodies on the line, and these are mostly young brown people too, and they putting their life on the line out there, and that's why I don't like it. It's a damn plantation. It's the damn Mandingos duking it out. Let me play this clip right here because this guy says it how it should be said. Like this guy explains what's important and what's really going on and how I think a lot of people really feel despite what that tweet was. And then it's like, so it's supposed to be like most people are going to be like, oh, let's get on with the football, it's unfortunate. It's a fortunate event, but they know that it comes along with the territory. So let's get on with the football. And that's kind of like what his tweet is kind of like saying. And it's like, I don't think that the majority of people is feeling that way. I think most people are feeling like this guy. Well, hopefully anyways. Let me play this.
Yeah.
The league was never considering continuing the game.
I'm gonna keep it real. We in left field. I'm kind of hot right now too. I'm kind of hot because we do this every freaking time something happened on this field. Everybody want to pivot and act like I done heard people talking about, just the mental health of the players. And you could die. They don't even know they could die out here. We sit here and talk about this stuff every single time. Schedule remakes. How we going to make it up? What the league feels about it? I don't give a damn what the league feels about it. Keep it real. Why we don't talk about the stuff that matters? This young man, you want to know how what this you need to know about him? He's 24 years old, right? He got a contract for $160,000. That's his bonus, and he earns $825,000 this year. You say, G. Bush, why are you talking about this man's money? Because guess what? He's been in the league 2 years. That means he's not vested. That means if he never plays another down in his life, he don't get another check for the NFL. Let's be clear about this. You got to play 3 to 4 years before you even sniff a pension. So all this heartwarming and prayers and condolences don't do nothing for that boy's mom that got to go home, look at her son, and he might need extensive care for the rest of his life. And you know what the NFL will tell you? Well, we'll look out for the people like him. No, you won't. No, you won't. Let's talk about the disability policy for the NFL, right? They moved it from $22,000 a month to $4,000 in the last collective bargaining agreement. Did you know that the NFL has a private board that reviews all aspects with their doctors and with their neurologists and their specialists? They can deny benefits even if Social Security deems you to be permanently disabled. The league can come back and then say, the government is they're experts, but let's take it over so we don't pay anything out. Only 15% get approved by Social Security. The league says that number should be lower. Get that. 15% of the people who apply for disability in this country, I know, I was a disability expert. It's very low. I submitted over almost 250,000 applications in 1 year, one time. I know. Since the CTE settlement, only 6.5% of the settlement has been paid, according to the admin's website. I looked it up yesterday. And 60% of the claims have a qualifying diagnosis but have not been paid. Let's talk about this. They're also moving the pension. And that pension, he got to make it to 55. He's 24. And they've moved that between 3,000. They moved it down to 3,000 when it was 5,600 a month. And the last stat that you should know about is the Bills owner Terry Pegula owns the Sabres as well as the Buffalo Bills, and his net worth is $6.7 billion. My question to you is, NFL, when do salaries become guaranteed? If you know these young men are going out there and they could die on that football field, I don't give a damn what your thoughts and prayers are. Do the right thing. I just heard Aditi say it 7 times. This is a savage sport. Men are dying every week, and you covered that up during CTE, and now you want to act like you the top of the food chain because you got the CPR people on the field on time? That's the least you should do. You're not gonna pay that man's you're not gonna pay that man's tuition for his kids. You're not gonna give him no disability money. You gonna do nothing. All you do is collect them big checks, and we gonna play fantasy footballs. And I hear these dudes' thoughts and prayers for a whole damn 2 hours. Y'all don't care about them kids. These young black kids is putting on the line. And you telling them what they put on the line ain't worth it because you know why? Because you don't want to pay for somebody that's broken and battered and can't take care of themselves because it costs you money. So it is all about money. And I ain't heard nobody talking about no contracts. And he's sitting up here cashing these checks. We worship these owners. They do anything they want to. Anything. And as long as the product is good, we salute it. I'm pissed off today because ain't nobody talking about the real stuff. There's people out there, players are saying they just want to wait for us to die. I like the NFL just like the rest of y'all, but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit up there and pat Roger Goodell on the back for running this organization the way he does. They run it like a criminal organization. Sick of it. I'm tired of that, man. I just had to get that off my chest because all this stuff, you ain't talked about what this boy gonna go through. This kid could be damaged the rest of his life. And we talk about making up games. Care about making up no damn football games?
Bernie Kosar is the one that said that. You mentioned the player that said they're waiting for us to die. I thought about that conversation we had with Bernie on this very set about the league not properly taking care of these gladiators that have churned out billions of dollars for these owners.
Yeah.
And
part of that
Bernie
is
said,
honestly, part of it is a failure of the leadership of the players' union.
That historically has been a problem.
Do the right thing. It don't take you or you to twist my arm to do something I should be doing for my players regardless. Everything ain't a negotiation. You getting billions. You can die today. That's a sliver of these people just want basic health care. We talk about $4,000 a month, boo. They don't need no players association to do the right thing by their players. It's called do the right thing, period. You got it.
You're right.
Yeah, man, that's really touching what he was saying, and I really feel him, man. You know, they making billions of dollars, and these dudes could just die out here, you know. And like I say, these are young brown people mostly, and regardless of who it is, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's humans out there, you know, getting all beat up, and they don't really care at all. They're gonna make money. The reels from the injuries that they had is gonna be a freaking whole ass documentary or some shit, and they're gonna make even more money off of it. The jersey sales are probably gonna go up for the guy who got hurt. You know, they're making money all around the place, and they don't want to take care of these guys, make sure that they good.
Well, all right, you know, I'm just gonna leave it that alone. I mean, there's people getting hurt, well, not just getting hurt, but getting like that's dying in sports. Like athletes in different sports are dying, and this sudden adult death bull crap. I mean, is anybody gonna be honest about it and just say what it really is?
I know what you're alluding to, but I think that there's
somebody in the 30s having like, you know, just out of the blue, you know, all of a sudden we got people in their 30s, just 30s and 40s. Now they just having heart attacks. I mean, are they really eating that much more pork than they was before? Like, I mean, come on, bro.
And that part where he said 2 hours of thoughts and prayers, it's like, we're gonna give our thoughts and prayers. Are y'all gonna chunk some money his way? or his family way with them thoughts and prayers? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna back them thoughts and prayers up with something?
Hell no.
Make sure that he good.
They just paid. That's what they. That was the pay they just gave with the 2 hours
of thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, that was all the shit they gonna pay right then and there.
Yeah, it's a lot to that too. What you're talking about, the heart conditions, and like I say, I think it's multiple factors in that. And the one that you're thinking of is I ain't gonna lie, I'm sure a major factor, but I don't think it's the only one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I not be all factor, but there's people in my family, some close, like close family, friends, family. Like 3 people died in one family in the same week, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fucked up. It's a lot of that shit going on. I don't know. You know, at some point, somebody's going to have to be like, hey, what the hell is going on? Can y'all fucking do a study or something to figure out what the fuck?
Man, they already
Or
know.
somebody
They
could
know
do
what
an
the
independent study and then release the information on their own. Because you know they're not going to do it.
Say, bro, there was independent studies being done beforehand. There's actually coroners that's talking about the big change in, you know, people having this thing, like it was between 2 to 5%, and it has jumped to 35 to 40%.
Yeah, man, something is definitely going on. It's going to have to come out. You can't keep something like this under the rug for too long.
Well,
At
some
point,
people some people will don't want it to be that, so they'll fight it because, you know, it's, of course, if they're the ones who have taken part in that activity, or that you know, they've done that same action, they're gonna try to deny it, and of course find any reason to say that it's not that.
Yeah. Before we get in trouble, let's move on. This story right here, it says Dollar General clerk charged after shooting, killing armed robber. Police arrested a clerk at Louisiana Dollar General and charged him with manslaughter after they said he shot an armed robber. The Monroe Police Department said officers responded to the Dollar General store Monday for a shooting. An armed robbery reportedly took place, and the store clerk shot at the suspect. According to the reports, the suspect and another customer were shot. Police said the armed robbery suspect was found lying in a pile of money he allegedly took from the store. He was taken by an ambulance and later died from his injuries. The customer, who was also shot, was treated for their injuries and released from the hospital. Police said the store clerk, Rafus Alexander, said he locked the store and left after the incident took place. He then went to the Monroe Police Department, where police said he gave a statement. After his arrest, police said Alexander told them he was afraid the suspect was going to kill him when he pulled his gun out to rob the store. Police said Alexander also told them he only shot at the suspect and did not know he had hit him as the suspect ran. Alexander said this was the 6th armed robbery at the store since August, according to officials. First comment kind of points to something. This first comment, it says, now if he was white, he'd be called a hero. Why is he arrested for trying to protect the store and his life? So that's the reason why I kind of wanted to cover this. Is not necessarily the racial aspect of it. It's just kind of like the aspect of why is this guy being arrested in this situation? You know, how many times have we seen this thing happen and, you know, nothing happens to the store clerk in these situations?
But that's any reason to lock up another. You know, the fairness is I don't know. I guess at some point, like us even expecting them to be fair and just, it just seems like a crazy thing. You know, when it's on our part, like it's almost crazy or insane for us to not expect that that's what was gonna happen. Something like that.
So I want to read some more. This was in Monroe. Let me read this right here. A Dollar General clerk is charged with manslaughter after police say he shot and killed an armed robber. The clerk said it was his sixth attempted armed robbery at the store since August. A Dollar General employee is facing charges following an armed robbery that left the suspect dead. The employee, Rufus Anderson, told police it was the sixth attempt to the store since August and he feared for his life. Anderson was released Tuesday with no bail. I can't see this. How come I can't see it? That sucks. I didn't post it good. Yeah, I can't even read this. I didn't have a time to look at it. I was doing this while I.
What part?
It's this Business Insider article. I think it's Business Insider, and I posted this on Instagram, but did this while I was at work, and I didn't have a chance to look at it, and I got it all cut off, so I can't really read it. But I just covered that same story just now, but it was like Monroe, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just wonder. I wonder why they, maybe because the guy was running away, and he shot him. Is that why they're getting him? I'm not condoning anybody killing anybody in any situations. I'm saying that normally in these situations, they don't really go in on the store clerk for shooting, especially if they said armed robbery. So the guy had a gun, the one that was robbing the store, and the guy saying he feared for his life is a valid ass thing to say if somebody's robbing your store and they have a weapon. I mean, anybody in that situation is going to be, because they're afraid that this guy could kill him. But maybe if because he was running away, that's why they're getting him.
Well, I think he in the back of his mind, he felt like he could get away with killing this person because right, it says the sixth time he's been in there. It's become a routine, so it's like, okay, just give whatever money you can, let them get the hell on out of there, and y'all both live.
Right.
It ain't
So
like
this guy apparently had enough. So that is a aspect of this story. So, just reading the story, it does sound like, that was the case. Maybe that he was just feeling some kind of way, getting tired of getting robbed by this guy. Like, I'm had enough of this. You coming in here waving a gun in my face, but you can also sympathize with that. You keep coming in here waving a gun in my face and shit. That shit not cool. I mean, street dudes, if he a street dude, he working at a Dollar General, so maybe he not, but maybe he is. And on the street, you wave a gun in somebody's face, then that's pretty that's an extreme violation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean it's really messed up that they I mean, to me it's like, okay, in certain situations, like, he come in with a gun. How is it that, all right, if this is number 6, okay, you scared. If you're scared, go to church. My thing, and because I mean, I'm not for the criminal or whatever like that, but like, you done killed this dude that if he done come in there 6 times and you still alive, it's probably because he wasn't trying to kill you.
Right. Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that was his his plan, believe me, like you wouldn't have known when he made it to number 2 or number 3.
Yeah.
But anyhow,
So,
but they locked him up though, right?
well, he got out. They said he got out without even having bail. So he's gonna have to wait for trial.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he in trouble. Which one was this? Tim Black. Can't remember what he was talking about. Oh, they axed that host. I don't know if I want to go into that right now. What is this one? The West needs America's leadership. Yeah, that was Wall Street Journal article right there. That was interesting to me. I don't know. I might go into that. Oh, yeah. Let's go into this story right here. Houston area woman held captive, tortured for 5 days by man she met on Bumble, court docs show. Bumble is a freaking Christian's dating site. Let me read this. Houston Chronicle. A 21-year-old man, Zachary Mills, is accused of holding a woman he met on a dating app captive and torturing her for 5 days in spring court documents show. Mills was arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping and taken to Harris County Jail. After matching on Bumble, the woman agreed to go to Mills' apartment, court documents show. The woman told authorities that as soon as they got to his apartment, he attempted to initiate sex. When she rejected his advances, he began to assault her and would not let her leave, according to court documents. While held captive, the woman was starved, physically assaulted, and sexually assaulted multiple times, she told police. Mills is also accused of denying her food and water. Yeah, this is a crazy little story right here. Do I have a video on this? Houston man. Do I have a video on this? I think I do. What do you think about it? Freaking crazy ass story. This chick meets this guy on a Christian dating app, and then he freaking tortures her and locks her up.
I think I saw a little bit of something on that earlier, but I don't know how long is he supposed to know this woman?
He just met her online.
Well, I know what I mean. Like how long? Like I don't know. I always feel like there's always some kind of flag that you just was missed. You know what I'm saying? There's like be plenty of red flags that just.
You already messed up when you show up at somebody's house. You don't know this person, and that's what happened, and that's what happens, and that's why I don't feel comfortable with that online dating stuff at all. So, and then this one is supposed to be better because it's a Christian dating site. So it's supposed to be all the other people are Christians.
Man, that's even worse. That's even worse.
Let me play this.
People are crazy. Neighbors of 21-year-old Zachary Mills had lots of jarring allegations against him that detail a brutal, aggravated kidnapping beginning on Christmas Eve and spanning 5 days.
It's pretty scary with the new dating world only being, mostly online.
According to court documents, the victim of meet Mills at an apartment home. Once she got there, he allegedly tried to have sex with her. Records show he started punching, slapping, biting her. He's also accused of hitting her with a screwdriver when his hands got tired and raping her. Officials believe he deprived her of food and water for the 5 days he held her captive.
It seems like it was thought out, and that's ridiculous.
The documents go on to say the woman was finally able to escape and get help once Mills left to his father's house. He was arrested on December 30th and charged with aggravated kidnapping. He posted a $50,000 bond today.
His conditions right now,
was a
he is on
bond.
24-hour house arrest outside of essential needs to travel for groceries or meeting with me, with his defense team, or attending court.
Meanwhile, Bumble offering 7 tips for safe dating that include always meeting in a public place, telling someone you trust where you're going, and researching the person you're meeting as much as possible.
And again, that was Devin Clark reporting there. A Bumble representative said in a statement that Mills has been blocked from that app now. He is set to be arraigned for the aggravated kidnapping in March and could face more charges.
So he's blocked from the app. That's not gonna help old girl. It's too late.
Yeah, that man. Some of these people really just kill me with some of the shit they be saying.
It's only a few comments. So this is man accused of sexually assaulting woman he met on dating app, holding her hostage out on bond. The victim was held hostage for 5 days, repeatedly sexually assaulted and beaten. Hold on. 21-year-old Zachary Mills, Precinct 4, said, comments, it says, now that's crazy. Another comment, it says, I bet he's innocent. What? Another comment, it says, big if true. Another comment, it says, online date equals 0% trust. So these people don't think it actually happened. They're thinking that the girl is telling a story. They always think that. That's so terrible. Crazy, crazy, crazy world that we live in.
Tell me about it. Man, I ain't gonna be able to stay on too long, bro. I'm up here halfway falling asleep. What kind of what other subjects can we hit pretty quick that
what did you send me? You sent me something earlier this week and I said I was gonna cover it. What was it? Where's my phone?
man, I don't know. I sent too much shit already. I don't remember.
Doc's here. What up, Doc?
Diggy Doc.
Oh, we lost him. Let me go to the group chat. And it was an article that Doc sent me too. I want to read that, but you sent something. We talked about something. What we talked about on the phone. That'll help me remember.
Oh, yeah. What did we talk about? Some of the
conspiracy theories.
what happened? When we was talking because I know we was talking about the map stuff. But,
yeah, Yemen. I got some videos on Yemen and Egypt that I want to cover at some point. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, whatever. But yeah, I got some stuff on that. But it was something else. What was it? And I was like, we'll make sure that we cover that in the show. I can't freaking find. I can't find it.
It makes more sense, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm thrown off too, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was at work and shit, so fucking
shoot. Yeah, I've been driving all day trying to cut my hours down so I can be able to start a little bit earlier to tomorrow, and I got a delivery I'm supposed to make at 10:30, but it's just not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? They had me sitting in the damn cave waiting to get loaded for 3 hours in Missouri, and then they set my they be setting appointments is just almost unrealistic, you know what I'm saying? But
oh, it's the suit. It's the suit of the lady who Jeff Epstein. That's what it is.
I was one of them, huh?
Yeah, Attorney General of damn it, I can't even remember.
The Virgin Islands.
Yeah, Virgin Islands. That's what it was.
Yes.
Let me try to look that up right quick, y'all. That's the one. Virgin Islands arrested. Hold on. Virgin Island. I'm spelling all of this wrong.
VIRGIN.
Virgin Islands Attorney General sues JP Morgan over banking service of Epstein, but it doesn't say about her being arrested. I mean, not arrested.
Banking giant
That's why I'm tripping, because it's not arrested. She was fired.
Yeah, they wrong for that, treating that lady like that. They didn't want to. They don't want to do their job, and when somebody question them about it, that's when oh, they want to go retaliate on. That's the whistleblower effect.
Yep, just what we was talking about.
Yeah.
Can I play
Like
the ABC?
somebody do
News?
the checks and balances, and then they don't want to have to stand up for what like. Bro, I was just and that was a part of what I was saying earlier about like the involvement of a lot of these players that because in order for all those like the trafficking shit, it takes money to do all that stuff. You think it's poor people doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let me play this.
Well, banking giant JP Morgan Chase is under fire today, accused of benefiting from sex trafficking by billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. This after an attorney in the U.S. Virgin Islands filed suit on Tuesday, saying the bank failed to report suspicious activity. According to that lawsuit, human trafficking was the principal business of those accounts that Epstein maintained at JP Morgan. The lawsuit accuses the bank of not complying with federal regulators and for failing to make proper regulatory filings that could have tipped the government off to Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring of underage girls.
Yeah, so the other part of the story is she got fired. Biden went to go visit the Virgin Islands, and then the next day she got fired.
Well, a couple of years ago, they fined the Deutsche Bank $150 million due to the bank's lack of oversight in dealing with Epstein's money.
mm-hmm.
So this is not the first time a bank has gotten sued over this. Hi.
Yeah, so she was well within her thing. Where is it? I don't see nothing on here. That's crazy. That shows that they're pushing this down because
asshole.
It happened.
Stop
Did you
hitting buttons on the computer.
Doc, did you see anything about her getting fired?
Hold on. My cat just kind of locked my shit up.
Because I cannot find
Here
I
we
cannot
go.
find a
Let's
video.
see.
I don't remember where I saw that. It should pop up right here. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's all good, man. Shit.
So,
Trying
but
to hang on as it is.
yeah, well, just to get you talking, though, what do you think about this? Okay,
It's
so
the attorney general that got fired after suing him.
yeah,
Blah blah blah. Denise George. Here we go. Radar Online. That's a pretty generic. just a second, and you'll have it link in your. I'm working on a potato. Bam! There you go.
All right, it's through Facebook Messenger. Freaking. Yeah, I think this story is interesting. I think we should talk about it. Because everybody is saying like nothing happened, nobody got in trouble. Clearly he was, sex trafficking, and they took him to jail for that. But nobody else. Who was he trafficking the girls to? And
Well, remember, he's still an alleged sex trafficker. He was never convicted. What's happening here? Oh, you are muted.
All right. My physics acting crazy right now.
Yeah, I mean, we all know, but technically he is not a convicted sex trafficker.
Okay, that makes sense because he died right away as soon as he went to jail. He didn't even have it. They didn't have the time to do no trial. So it says U.S. Virgin Islands.
I think they knew that once he started getting passed around in jail that he was going to talk. So
Yeah, that's my story.
And then they sent wifey to the country club.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I think, and I said it a long time ago, but it looks like a hit, and a lot of people still looking at it like, okay, maybe he committed suicide, but I don't think so. And they said his larynx or whatever was broken. It was like they send messages like that. It's like you was gonna talk, so you was gonna talk. So they said you was gonna talk. So now you're not gonna ever talk again in this life or the next. So that's what I think would happen. He was connected, much bigger people, and those people was like, "Nah, we can't have this. Get out."
She's got reasonable. She has the ability to distance herself from people because she was just, the acquisitions person. She was just, on the side. He was in the middle of it. He knew it all. He knew as soon as he went to jail that, hey, he may have hung himself because he knew it was going to be worse for him if he didn't.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And then, now you got the conspiracy theories of him that he's not dead and he's in, I don't know, Costa Rica or some shit they were saying. I don't know. I think that's crazy. I think that they killed that guy. I mean, I don't think it was,
remember, it's suicide. It's still, if it's coerced, I mean, if you're given a rope and told all these horrible, horrible, horrible things are going to happen to people around you and stuff like that, or you could just go out of the way, technically it's still suicide.
Right. So yeah, I could see some kind of scenario like that.
Just like,
but like, remember the story?
He's not convicted, so he's not a trafficker.
But remember the story? They had him on suicide watch, and it just so happened that the guys wasn't watching them or whatever, and then it was like no video and all of this stuff. Like the guys took a break or went to sleep or some shit or whatever. Like all of that. When I heard the initial story, I was like, that was a hit. By really powerful people.
Say, find out who bought them Taco Bell for lunch.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says, U.S. Virgin Island Attorney General fired after suing J.P. Morgan Chase, accusing bank of facilitating Jeffrey Epstein abuse. U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General Denise George was fired after suing J.P. Morgan Chase for allegedly turning a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes.
Give that lady her byline, please.
by Samantha Bennett, January 2nd, 2023. Yeah. Turned a blind eye to Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes as he owned a private island in the territory where he abused underage girls. RadarOnline.com can confirm that George accused JP Morgan of knowingly providing and pulling the levers through which Epstein's recruiters and victims were paid. So the bank knew, is what they're saying. Human trafficking was the principal business of the accounts Epstein maintained in JP Morgan, she stated in the complaint, which alleged the financial giant concealed wire and cash transactions that raised suspicion of criminal enterprise whose currency was the sexual servitude of girls and women in the Virgin Islands. George said the filing on December 27th was the latest ongoing effort to bring accountability to those who helped facilitate Epstein's crime. The explosive 30-page lawsuit is seeking unspecified damages. RadarOnline.com previously learned that estate of Epstein had agreed to pay roughly $105 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands. The amount was to settle claims that the disgraced financier used the territory for his sex trafficking operation. This settlement restores the faith of the people of the Virgin Islands that its laws will be enforced without fear or favor against those who break them. The then Virgin Islands Attorney General shared in a new release, "We are sending a clear message that the Virgin Islands will not serve as a haven for human trafficking." Reports have since surfaced claiming that USVI Governor Albert Bryan Jr. was upset that George did not notify him about the December 27th suit, which also claimed JP Morgan financially benefited from that participation. A statement on New Year's Day read, I relieved Denise George of her duties as Attorney General this weekend. I thank her for her service to the people of the territory during the past 4 years as Attorney General and wish her the best in her future endeavors," added Bryan. Damn, that definitely sounds like fired. Bryan's spokesman told DailyMail.com that reports claiming that JP Morgan's suit was the reason for George's dismissal were not entirely accurate. The governor's spokesman added, I am not at liberty to discuss details on personal matters. So, of course, they're not going to just say, yeah, we fired her because of the suit she did. So, like, we could speculate and be like, well, maybe it was something else. Let me see. It says,
we have come to a point to where we are heading different directions. And
exactly.
It would be a good time for you. We feel like it would be a good time for you to reach out and find other individuals who might seek your employment.
You say that well, like you've heard that a few times or had to say it to people. Yeah, I've heard it a few times. Yeah, I have. Let me read some more. It says, as we previously reported, convicted criminal Epstein was found dead in his cell in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. His death was ruled a suicide. Disgraced socialite Ghislaine Maxwell has since been sentenced to 20 years behind bars for her role in Epstein's crimes. JP Morgan declined to comment amid numerous reports on the lawsuit. Meanwhile, the bank has not yet responded to the allegations in the filing. Is that it? That's it. So, yeah. So apparently, if you sue the bank for clearly doing some illegal shit, try to hold them accountable, apparently the politician's going to step in and be like, hey, you can't do that. These are our buddies. You know, they cash our checks or they send us checks. They pay for
it's the biggest bank on the island. How else is anyone else going to launder any money? If they start looking into that account, how long before they start looking into the others?
And who knows
or
what
it's
else
used
they'll
as
find.
it's used as a precedent set to be able to start calling on the information of other bank accounts of rich people who go there and have fluff palaces.
Because isn't the Virgin Islands already like a safe haven for like your money? Isn't that one of those places where people, if they want to
Dude,
hide money,
it's a territory of the United States.
yeah. So it's one of the main places that they use to launder money, anyways. Like it's one of the places where, like, if you have money that you don't want to be taxed, that's one of the places it's a tax haven, right?
Actually, South Dakota is the best one we've got, but most people don't really know that, except for people trying to
Like me.
hide their money.
Oh yeah.
You know what's up, right, Pat?
Yeah. Like that's almost like the new what they called it over Swiss bank
The
accounts.
Swiss, yeah.
Yeah. South Dakota is like is that of the United States.
Yep.
Yep. And so, but then they have other ones out there where they put the money. So I don't know. So like, yeah. So if it's already set up criminally, like, or to benefit criminals, then if you try to, there goes the thing we was talking about earlier about the whistleblowers are the ones that get in trouble. It's like, who snitched? She can't be snitching on, like, this is our business. This is what we do daily.
It depends on what whistle they blow and whether or not that whistle is loud enough to draw attention to something other than what they're blowing it on. They don't mind throwing a few executives under the bus to placate a whistleblower. It's like, crap, man. That's a couple $1 million off of our payroll, and we look like we did a good thing by cutting him loose.
And fuck that guy. I didn't like him anyway.
Exactly. That increases the divide by 1. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
More booty for me.
With his 5 head.
Let me play a little bit of this clip because she's talking about it here.
Oh shit,
Again?
man. I done gone 8, 16, 32 head.
Into our next story here, and believe it or not, yes, Jeffrey Epstein's name is in the news again, even though he is obviously not alive. But this time it has to do with the funding
Epstein, like
in
Frankenstein.
reference to his sex
Yeah, why did
trafficking
she say it
crimes.
like that? Is that the way you're
Now, the
supposed to say
Virgin
it?
Islands have been pretty outspoken
No.
recently, and they are not happy with JP Morgan. Let's see why. Epstein's sex trafficking was aided by JP Morgan, a U.S. Virgin Islands lawsuit says. So now we have the Virgin Islands is trying to sue JP Morgan. And by the way, this is not their first lawsuit. JP Morgan has multiple lawsuits. People have come after them, but this one in particular is very telling. Let's go ahead and get into this. Okay. The U.S. government, the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands alleges in a lawsuit filed this week that JP Morgan Chase turned a blind eye to evidence that disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein used the bank to facilitate sex trafficking activities on Little St. James, the private island he owned in the territory until his 2019 suicide. So, just to be clear, it is not just that he had a bank account with JP Morgan. He specifically used JP Morgan, that bank, to facilitate his sex trafficking activities.
And you know what I think about? I think about Kanye West, and Kanye West just made some comments, and they closed his accounts, kicked him out, talking about you got to bank with somebody else, and this is Chase, the same bank. So they can deal with you sex trafficking underage people, but if you say something, you know, about a certain demographic in a derogatory way, then we can't fuck with you.
So R. Kelly probably has a Chase bank account.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. I mean, Chase is like, it's really a monopoly with the banks, anyways. It's only a couple of them. Almost everybody got this account,
Dude,
you know, probably a third.
They've always done me pretty well as far as, you know, customer service and stuff. The only reason I don't have them now is because I bounced an account a while back, you know, a bank account. And man, once you've got a checking account and, I think I owe like $93, and they're like, no, until we get that back, you can't have a checking account with us ever.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You just got to pay it. I have Chase, but I didn't choose them because I had Washington Mutual and they got bought by Chase. So I was, you know,
dude, I had
confiscated.
Bank One, then or Team Bank, then Bank One, then something else that was bought by Chase.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
I had 6 different banks with the exact same account.
Yeah, I
till
have the
finally
same
landed on
account
Chase.
number that I had with my Washington Mutual. It's the same account number, and I've been having this account for a long fucking time. So there's, you know, I don't have any incentive to go to another bank because it's gonna mess up all my stuff. It'll be stressful. So that's why they got me. I'm stuck with them. So, but that's the examples of the monopolies, because I didn't even choose this bank. They just bought my bank.
Once I start hitting side gig income, you know, with my license and stuff, I'm gonna start dumping that. I'm gonna pick me a bank that I want, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm probably gonna use a virtual bank, an online bank that lets me invest along with my savings, so I can start dumping it into markets and stuff like that. Say live off the regular job, all the side gig money, roll that into stocks and investments and stuff.
Start talking about money, and that wakes wake Pat right up. Freaking Young Thug. I wanted to touch on it for a second because they said Lil Wayne and Baby and them could possibly testify against him. And they talk about, on this one, it says out of 65 possible charges, Young Thug was only charged with 8 counts. Conspiracy to violate the racketeer, influenced, and corrupt organization. Participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of marijuana, intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, possession of firearm, possession of machine gun. So those are his charges. I don't know how you can beat those possession charges. You might be able to get those pushed down, but the ones at the front is the ones that's a problem. Conspiracy to violate the racketeer, influenced, and corrupt organizations. How do you beat that charge? And participating.
RICO's rough, man. They don't normally charge you with a RICO violation unless they got a whole bunch they're going to win.
They have a whole bunch of fucking years and years of
dude. It's a slam dunk if they call it, and you got 2 choices: become a snitch or become a bitch.
Yep. And the other one, it says participating in criminal street gang activity. So those 2 is going to be the ones that really get them. So I don't see him beating this.
The street gang is part of the RICO, and it's going to increase the time. Is it California?
No, this is in Atlanta. This is Florida. I mean, Georgia.
Georgia. Okay. I don't know if they've got a street gang increasement thing in their sentencing or not.
Yeah,
they most likely they like do. California and New York do.
Yeah, most likely they do. So, and then those 2 kind of go together, you know, because the RICO organized, you know, it says conspiracy to violate racketeer, influence, and corrupt organizations. So that's about being organized and having people out there. So participating in criminal street gang activity, those 2 are tied together. Yeah, so he's gonna have a hard time beating that. And those are the ones that's gonna get him. So
They're
what
going
was
to try to get
interesting?
him to go Taki 69, and he ain't going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if he was gonna be able to, I don't know, scapegoat somebody else, he would have had to already do that. Oh, I don't have the post where they talk about Lil Wayne and them. Damn it. Let me update this. Maybe that's why. Freaking Lil Wayne and they said the baby all could possibly Rich Homie Quan could all end up testifying, called as witnesses. Oh, here it is right here. Cool. The update helped. Am I here? Can y'all see this? Y'all can't even see this shit. Damn it. Let me go to this real quick. I'm off my game tonight. I ain't gonna lie. Throw it off. Just in, Lil Wayne, Birdman, Rich Homie Quan, YFN Lucci among notable witnesses who could testify against Young Thug during YSL trial. Jury selection begins today. I'm working on posting the state's list of 372 witnesses. This is 979 The Box posted this. It says, according to reports, some big names in the hip hop community could be called during the trial against defendants charged in Young Slime life case. The trial is scheduled to begin next week for 14 defendants facing charges in the RICO case, including Young Thug. YSB TV in Atlanta says the state has a list of more than 300 witnesses, which include Lil Wayne, Birdman, YFN, Lucci, and others. So, but that don't necessarily mean that they're going to go up and testify. So this could be like a clickbait type of deal. But I wonder though, it still makes me think like, dude, this dude ain't got no friends. All of his people are gonna snitch on him and throw him under the bus, or maybe they're gonna testify in his defense because they're not saying which side.
I'm trying to figure out why the state's list of witnesses is public information until after the trial.
That's interesting. And they have a whole kinds of movies about hung juries and how the mafia, mess with juries, and that's how they get off and stuff. If you know who the witnesses are, you come over there and tell them you're gonna break their legs. You better go in there and tell them my guy is innocent. You ain't seen nothing. I'm gonna break your legs. I'm gonna break your family legs.
No, they'll do it the easy way. They'll find some homophobic post that they made on an off state or some statement they made on a live stage that one person caught with their cell phone 22 years ago and use it to cancel them.
Send me that article about what was it? It was I know it was an AP news article.
I put in AP breaking news today,
and you just
that
got
was
the different
one
ones.
of the that was one of the headlines that came up.
And I
usually
go ahead.
There's about 10 or 12 different headlines. I sent you guys 3 or 4 of them that just looked interesting.
Yeah, this California one. I want to do this one. What the hell? It's doing something weird.
See if I can find it again.
I'm on the site AP News. Let me see if I can find the search. There goes the search. And it was like California. What was the name of it? Because my shit just cleared. It's acting weird. Okay, California trying to find compensate sterilized victims. That's it. Compensate sterilized victims. Does that pop up? Pop it up. What the hell happened? My word's popping up. Probably put too much in the search bar. Is it on the top? It's not on the top. Trending editorial picks. Adjust it for you. Nope. Damn it, bro. Send me the article if you find it, because you got it?
I just got it. I have to search differently on the computer than I do on the phone.
Yeah. Searching live is really a pain in the ass. I try to have all the stuff I want to cover already, but I hit my phone because you sent it on my phone.
Normally I'm 3 minutes ahead of. Normally I'm 3 to 5 minutes ahead of you asking for something now.
Yeah.
I'm a little
Yeah,
slow
but
today.
Yeah, I'm slow too. I'm slow all the time. But because it's on my phone, it don't.
We just had 2 busy weeks, man. My mind's jelly for a little bit. Well, see, that's why, I have to watch something on my phone to send it on the phone. I do all of the stuff here on the computer.
I really
And
wish.
I've got 2, 3, 5, 7 windows open sometimes, moving stuff around.
Yeah, me too,
Plus
and that's
a
why my
notepad
screen.
beside me with stuff I've got written that I want to get to or say,
Yeah.
or that just
I-
fits.
I used to have the notepad. I don't use it no more. It's somewhere over here, but I hardly ever use it. I use my phone. I type notes in there.
And then you forget them and
Anyway.
don't use them.
Yeah. Yeah, that does happen. All right. California trying to find compensate sterilized victims. That's a weird title. It's awkward. These damn ads. They won't let you read nothing. Oh, okay. It's by Adam Bean yesterday. California trying to find compensate sterilized victims. So Sacramento, California, about 600 people alive today can have children because can't have children because California's government sterilized them either against their will or without their knowledge. And now the state is trying to find them so it can pay them at least $15,000 each in reparations. So, okay, 600 people alive today. They can't have children because California's government, the government, sterilized them either against their will or without their knowledge. Against their will or without their knowledge. And now the state is trying to find them so they can pay them at least $15,000 each in reparations. $15,000? $15,000. They can't have no babies ever. And you did it against their will and without their knowledge. You're going to be like, I'm sorry, here's 15 grand. Wow. And then they say they're trying to find them. So they're having a hard time finding them. They're probably not going to find them. A large percentage of them, they say 600 people. How many of them are they going to find to give them that 15
Now
Gs?
wait a minute. You see, you're rambling off before you get into a little bit more meat, and it gets
Okay.
even better. Wait till you see there's 2 groups of people that are eligible. Wait till you read about that.
Yeah, let me read it.
Remember,
'cause
I breezed this article over earlier today, so
I didn't. I just saw the first paragraph, and that was all I needed. And I was like, holy crap, I definitely want to cover this.
dude, you
I
saw
didn't
the
have time.
headline and lost your shit.
Yeah. No, I did. I skipped it. I clicked on the article and I read like the first paragraph, and I was like, oh, that's it. Let me read another. Let me read. Yeah, I think the one I just read was all as far as I got because I was at work. I didn't have time.
Yeah, this is in one of those, and yeah, I'm going to break explicit on this one. This is one of those you read it and go, what in the actual fuck is going on here?
I'm telling you, man, that's what it did to me. It's okay. It says, but after a year of searching, the state has approved just 51 people for payments out of 310 applications. Okay. 51. And they say after a year of searching. So are they really searching for these people? Anyways, there's 1 year left to look before the 4.5 million program shuts down and the challenges remain steep. State officials have denied 103 people, closed 3 incomplete applications, and processing 153 others. But they say it's difficult to verify the applicants as many records have been lost or destroyed. You MFers. 2 groups of people are eligible for the money. Those sterilized by the government during the so-called eugenics movement that peaked during the 1930s, and a smaller group who were victimized while in state prisons about a decade ago. Wow.
Now, I don't know if you remember that story or not, but they had 1 or 2 rampant little doctors running around there. The prison system didn't even know they were doing it until it caught up with them.
They need to know. They have to know. They should be held accountable too.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. The doctors were doing the procedure. They were doing it without the knowledge of the prison system itself either. They were doing it. It was like 1 or 2 of them over the course of a little bit, and they were literally just tying tubes and taking stuff out. Just, it wasn't noticed until like another doctor came in or something like that, or something was really, cross-referenced and looked at, and then they started finding out more.
And I bet you some of them was private prisons. They should be directly held accountable too. So they can only come up with $15,000 for each person because it's coming from the government. Get some out of their ass. Damn, prisons is making profits out the wazoo.
Well, for-profit prisons, in my opinion, is some fucked up shit.
Off top. And I bet you this was happening also, not just in the state jails or whatever. Let's see. Let's read some more. It says, we try to find all the information we can, and sometimes we just have to hope that somebody maybe can find more detailed information on their own, said Linda Glidhill, executive officer of the California Victims Compensation Board that oversees the program. We're just sometimes not able to verify what happened. Okay, that sounds like so much weasel bullshit right there. It's bothering me. Let me read some more. It says, California in 2021 was the 3rd state to approve a reparations program for forced sterilizations, joining North Carolina and Virginia. Happened in 2 other states, but California was the first state to also include more recent victims from its state prison system. The eugenics movement sought to prevent some people with mental illness or physical disabilities from being able to have children. California had the nation's largest forced sterilization program, sterilizing about 20,000 people beginning in 1909. It was so well known that it later inspired practices in Nazi Germany. The state did not repeal its eugenics law until 1979. Of the 45 people approved for reparations so far, 45 people, just 3 were sterilized during the eugenics era, with surviving victims from that time in their 80s, 90s, and beyond. State officials have sent posters and fact sheets to 1,000 skilled nursing homes and 500 libraries across the state in hopes of reaching more of them. The state also signed a $280,000 contract in October with JP Morgan, based in Fresno, to launch a social media campaign that will run through the end of 2023. The biggest push will begin this month, when the state will pay for TV and radio ads in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Sacramento, that will run through next October. Okay, I'm starting to realize some of the problems with this, because I'm sure with our system, you have to be the one that fills out the application. So, but then how do you even know that this program or whatever is even out there? And then they said that they sterilized these people without them knowing. Then how do they know that they were one of the ones that was sterilized or whatever the hell to even contact these people to begin this process of getting some kind of reparations for it? Like, that's a whole huge freaking mess. I think you send all the, I know that in their files they can pull this shit up. Send the information to those people directly.
So
Tell them they
I
were
just sent
affected.
you the official gov.ca.gov document on it. Their release that was done on when the program started, December, the end of 2021. Because the program started in January 1st, 2022.
Okay, yeah.
And it tells, this is the official, what the government says, hey, here's what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Let me read some more of this. Where did I stop?
It's basically
Radio
telling
ads.
you without opinion what they're trying to.
Okay, I'm gonna go to it though. The opinion is, this AP is pretty okay. It says the hope is that victims' friends or relatives will see the ads and help their loved one apply for the program. Only victims are eligible for payments, but if a victim dies after being approved but before receiving the total payment, they can designate a beneficiary, such as family member, to recover the money.
Well, it sure ain't gonna be their kids.
That's social workers are the people that's working in the damn nursing home. We take that. Let me read this. It says, "We take that mission very seriously to find these folks," Glenn Hill said. "Nothing we can do can make up for what happened to them." The second group eligible for reparations comprises people who were sterilized in California prisons. The state audit found 144 women were sterilized between 2005 and 2013. Damn, that's recent. With little or no evidence, they were counseled or offered alternative treatments. State lawmakers responded by passing a law in 2014 to ban sterilizations in prison for birth control purposes while still allowing for the medically necessary procedures. Damn, so 2005 through 2013, they were still doing this. Let me read some more. It says, "It's been much easier to find records verifying those victims as their procedures happened recently. State officials have sent letters to inmates believed to have been sterilized and urged them to apply while also putting up flyers in state prisons advertising the program." Wendy Carrillo, a Democratic member of the California Assembly who pushed to get the program approved, says she will ask lawmakers to extend the application deadline beyond 2023. She wants to give victims more time to apply, and she wants to expand the program to include victims who were sterilized at county-funded hospitals. Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors apologized in 2018 after more than 200 women were sterilized at the Los Angeles USC Medical Center between 1968 and 1974. I'm not thrilled with the numbers that we are seeing so far, but I believe that as we exit out of COVID, we begin to fully work at our full capacity, meaning that we are able to do community meetings and in-person meetings and more direct outreach other than behind a computer and through Zoom. Things will change, she said. Finding inmates who were sterilized is still a challenge, Gledhill said. It's a population that may not be very trusting of government given what happened to them. Just sign these papers and we're going to give you some money. What? Nah, something ain't right. I don't believe in free money. You didn't already sterilize me. What more you want to do to me now? If I sign these papers, what that mean? Let me read some more. It says, one of those people in Moonlight, Pulido, who was serving a life sentence for premeditated attempted murder while in prison in 2005, Pulido said a doctor told her he needed to remove 2 growths that could be cancer. She signed a form and had surgery. Later, something didn't feel right. She was constantly sweating and not feeling like herself. She asked a nurse who told her she had a full hysterectomy, a procedure that removes the uterus and the cervix and sometimes other parts of the reproductive system. Damn. She was going through menopause.
Menopause?
Yeah, as a result of the hysterectomy. Let me read some more. Pulido was shocked. She was 41 years old at the time, already had children, and was serving a life sentence, but she said the doctor took away her right to start another family, something that deeply affected her. Well, how is she going to start another family if she's locked up for life? Not to give them excuses for what they did. It's foul. But that just sounds weird. Let me read some more. I'm Native American, and we as women were grounded to Mother Earth. We're the only life givers. We're the only ones that can give life, and he stole that blessing from me, she said. I felt like less than a woman. Now, I really feel her on that part. It's like taking my womanhood away. Like, that's fucked up. Let me read some more. It says, Pulido was released on parole in January 2022, working with the advocacy group Coalition for Women's Prisoners. She applied for reparations and was approved for a $15,000 payment. I sat there and I looked at it and I cried. I cried because I had never had that much money ever in my life, she said. 15 G's go fast. You could spend that at Home Depot. Let me read some more. Pulido could get more money. The state has $4.5 million for reparations, and whatever is left over once the program ends will be divided up evenly among approved victims. Oh, that's cool. So at least if they don't find the other people, and the ones that they did can get a little bit more, because $15,000 is nothing. Pulido said she spent some of the money fixing up a car and someone gave her when she got out of prison. She's trying to save the rest. Known as Deanna Henderson for most of her life, Pulido said she changed her name shortly before being released from prison, taking the inspiration from gazing at the moon outside the window of her cell. Deanna was a very hurt little girl that cried a lot of hurt baggage, and I got tired of carrying all that around, she said. I lived in darkness for so long. I want to be part of the light. That's going to be part of my name. I bet you she blows through that money, talking about she's going to save it. That money is going to be gone so fast. 15 G's. Can you even buy a new car for that? A new car costs more than that.
Pre-pandemic, there were a couple of models you could get for about 12 to 13 if you just got the basic model and know how to drive a stick.
But what about now? Probably not now.
I think now the lowest is in the 15. Now there's still some new ones in the 12,000 range, but they're like, my 6'2", 250-pound ass would need to strap one on each foot.
Yeah, that's messed up. It's really foul. Here's 15 G's. Go buy your car. Well, maybe not. You definitely can't be thinking about living off of that money. After paying rent and whatever, food and stuff for a few years, that's gone.
Actually,
I don't think it
drop 10 down on a trailer that's about 80 grand. Drop 5 down on a car that's about 10 grand. You got about 3 years of working hard, paying a little bit off, and then you get on the other side of those loans, and next thing you know, you got a place to live and stuff. I mean, you still got to work, but that's that down payment shit that nobody can get together.
Right. That's what keeps a lot of us from being able to. So you get the down payment, and then you can handle the monthly payments, and
I mean, 15,000 may not sound much, but it makes the difference between you being a renter and an owner.
And that's really what we all want to be.
A renter and a buyer. The bank still owns the bitch.
Unless you can get to the point where you pay it outright. And if you could I would buy used stuff so I could just buy it outright and I own it. And then, like you say, that's really, paying rent and paying a car note is like the biggest bills for most people that come out of their account every month. Then they got to pay for food on top of that. So that doesn't leave much else for a lot of people. You know what I mean? So, but that causes you to have to keep going to work. So it's like, if you want to retire, you need to own something. so that you won't have to
Well, you
paying
know
those.
that's what I'm looking at with about to get my license. I'm going to start doing, driving as a side gig. So what I'm looking at right now is save up $8,000, and I go, okay, I can buy this older cheap ass car flat out, not have payments, or I can drop this down on a newer hybrid, which will save me money and get me a higher return on my tax write-off, because when you get 40 cents a mile written off on your taxes, and you make 23 miles to the gallon with an old cheap car, or you make 40 miles to the gallon with a new hybrid, that is a significant amount of change coming out of your not to mention you're paying less on gas and stuff like that. So that's a significant ask right there in the situation where I'm going to be keeping the car running to work.
Yeah, well, my last 2 cars, I bought used cars and I paid cash outright. And I ain't never going back. I ain't never, ever, ever gonna be trying to pay a car note. I mean, why? It's the stress. It's just it's not worth it for me.
Again, like I'm saying, I'm looking at the choice between the two, and I've done the car note thing before. But you got to remember, you also have devaluation and things like that. It's instead of just
you're
what it
upside
normally
down
is,
on most loans.
I'm going to be making a significant tax write-off on it.
Well, if you could find some way to finagle it, but most of the time especially if you're buying a new car, you're upside down off the rip from the time you signed that paperwork. You are already upside down.
You're looking at initial numbers and investment only. You're not looking at what I'm talking about here. I can buy a car that makes 23 miles to the gallon. I can buy a car that makes a newer one that makes me 40 miles to the gallon. That is a difference of 17 miles to the gallon. That is $7 per gallon times 10 gallons a day, $60-$70 a day difference in how much it costs me to run that if I'm driving people.
But if you're not paying a car note, you got plenty more money for the gas. I think the amount of the car note gonna be more than the amount you're spending on gas.
Okay, so you're looking at 23, so you're looking at 17 miles to the gallon less. So that means your gas price is going to be over 30% and 30 to 40% increased, because you're having to buy more gas to go the same amount. There's more upkeep and repair on your older vehicles and stuff like that. Your maintenance and stuff. Like I said, does it pay for itself or not? Were I buying a car just for me? I'm going to be driving this to A and B. Excuse me. If I were going to take on a liability, which is what you're saying, a car is a liability because it's not going to be making money. It's not going to be generating. But when it is a tool to generate money, then a small note compared to, the daily, like I said, daily $60. That's $600 in 10 days. That's $1,800 a month difference. Now, how does that little $400 a month car note sound?
Yeah.
Because you're increasing your value by 12. Now, if you're just going to A and B, that's completely different. You don't get that tax write-off. You don't get all that stuff.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about Yemen especially, and I wanted to hopefully get to Egypt. I have the Google Maps screen up right here to give some context to where these countries are in the world. And
Good, because my world geography sucks.
yeah,
Despite
they
what
don't
I know
teach.
about history.
Yeah, they don't teach it properly. They separate geography from history, and they should teach them together. It's really retarded. But almost everybody sucks at geography because they don't teach it here in the States. So anyways, you
We had to a
got
little bit in high school.
yeah, they teach you to remember the freaking capitals
Yeah.
and
We know East Coast, West Coast, Yankee Rebel. I mean, you know.
they have you draw this.
What more do we need to know as far as geography goes? Oh yeah, and Big Brother Canada, or Little America Canada, and
I'm telling
the
you,
place where all of our janitors and cooks come from down south.
almost everybody that's from the United States can draw the shape of the United States with Florida and Texas on the bottom, and you know the edge, and then maybe up there with Canada, if you know.
No, it was world geography. It wasn't just United States, man.
I'm telling you what you're gonna remember, because that's what they hammered in, and they barely talked about world geography, and then they left out the whole topography. Like when we draw in those maps with the states and the shapes of the states and shit, we don't know where the hell the mountains are. We don't know where the hell these rivers are. Like this is important to that. Like that should be taught together. Anyways, they teach it really messed up. That's why we don't know it. So Yemen right here is what we're gonna I want to focus on. And then like right below Yemen, you see Somalia. Okay. And now what does Yemen and Somalia have in common right now in the world? They're both like failed states. And then you have northern and southern Somalia too. They're broken up. And that's a long story, but what's important is right here. You see the Gulf of Aden. So all the ships come through here. This is a major corridor for shipping, and it's so important to global trade. And so you got Yemen is on the coast on the northern side of the Gulf, and then you got Somalia on the southern, and both of them are a mess, and it's like wars, it's like civil wars, and it's like the North versus the South, and all of this just mess going on, like ethnic cleansing, just really horrible stuff. No government, freaking. Well, you got government in Yemen, and it seems like they're the bad guys. But in Somalia, it's like they don't really have a centralized government at all. And then whenever you see pictures of like the starving kids and stuff, a lot of times it's in
You
Somalia.
remember there was a whole bunch of. You remember not too long ago, actually, I believe within the 2000s, if not the 90s, there was that little odd little problem with ethnic cleansing going on there.
Yes.
I believe Russia had a little hand in that too.
It's really complex. So the world stage, this is the world stage because of so much shipping. Russia, a lot of countries have, they benefit from this, basically. All right. So Yemen and Somalia should be rich as hell because these other countries should be paying them to come through here. And then you have Ethiopia is right here. They're not on the coast, but they're not far from the coast. So they're in the mix with this too, with Eritrea. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know much about Djibouti. It be popping up, but I don't know much about that one. So
my homeboy,
it's fun to say.
Yeah, now a partner of mine was stationed there in Djibouti. There's some beautiful women and whatever, but
I'm sure, bro. Like I see the pictures of like anyways, that's gonna get off track. Freaking but these people are starving, they're going through it, and there's a reason for this. And the point that I really want people to understand is that, there's a reason why these countries have like civil wars going on. You have other countries around the world that's influencing the internal situations that happens here. It's kind of like Haiti, Ukraine, and others. So, but as a result, the people suffer here, and they're poor, and they shouldn't be. It's how the system extracts wealth from the regular folks. They don't feel like they don't deserve it.
Yeah. Or as if they couldn't manage their wealth, so that they got to come through there and do it for them.
Yeah. So I want to go to one of these little videos right quick, y'all. Educate the audience about the situation in that part of the world. Can I play this? I didn't get a chance to check all this stuff.
Humanitarian crisis isn't in Syria. The world's largest humanitarian crisis isn't in Syria. It's in Yemen. Thousands have been killed and millions have been displaced so far. The conflict has been going on for years, but it became especially violent in March 2015. That's when the Saudi-led coalition got involved. Now, the poorest country in the Arab region has become the violent playground for regional and international powers. So, how did it all start? After the Arab Spring toppled dictators across the Middle East, Yemenis wanted change too. Their president, Ali Abdullah Saleh, was forced to hand over power to this guy, his deputy, Mansour Hadi, in November 2011. But the political transition to Hadi failed. There was massive unemployment, food insecurity, suicide bombings, and a separatist movement in the south. All that ended up sparking the war. On the one side, you had the Houthis, a political Shia rebel group, and people loyal to former President Saleh. On the other side, you had forces loyal to the new Hadi government. In 2014, Houthi forces took over Yemen's capital, Sana'a. Early the next year, the Houthis and Saleh loyalists tried to take control of the entire country, forcing Hadi to flee to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia considered the Houthi actions an immediate threat and feared this could be an opportunity for Iran to gain a foothold on their border. Saudi Arabia accuses Iran of backing the rebels, but Tehran denies any involvement. So Saudi Arabia started an alliance and began a military campaign. It's had a devastating impact, with more than 10,000 people killed since February 2014, and forcing more than 3 million people to flee their homes. Several other countries are supporting this alliance with weapons, intelligence, or logistics. Qatar was expelled from that coalition June 2017. The Saudi-led coalition wants to restore Hadi's government, but it's been unable to take back the north of the country, including its capital, Sana'a. Meanwhile, fighters from Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and affiliates of ISIL have taken advantage of the chaos. They seized parts of the south and stepped up their attacks in government-controlled Aden. As in every war, civilians are bearing the brunt of this one. The destruction of infrastructure and restrictions on food and fuel imports means 17 million Yemenis will face famine unless they receive humanitarian help soon. But that's not all. One fear is that international aid isn't getting to those who need it the most, making a cholera outbreak all the more difficult to control. Saudi actions have exacerbated the outbreak, but it can't be blamed on airstrikes alone. The majority of the outbreaks are in Houthi-governed areas, where they've failed to manage the garbage and sewage that's filling the streets. And to make matters worse, 2/3 of Yemenis don't have access to clean water. So where does that leave us? Little ground has been gained, and several attempts to mediate the conflict have fallen apart. Since neither side shows any sign of giving up soon, Yemen is in a deadlock.
And I can't help but to think of Haiti when I hear this story. And then maybe this is what they want for Ukraine too. It's like a continual mess, and they just continue to benefit from it. You know. Meanwhile, the status quo is still making all their money. She said something I wanted to. I want to talk about the Houthis a little bit more to try to explain them. I have something on that, but hold on. The other countries that's involved. Look at all of these countries that are involved in this. You know, and what benefits do they get from it? You know, and oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about, because she said the Arab Spring, and then the people were like, they want to change, they want things to be different. You know, like these ships coming through here, can we get paid off of that? And can it go to the people? You know, stuff like that. And you know, so then all the people, all these countries come in there and just be like, no, we can't have that. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Wait, let's go back. I can read some comments.
The world's largest human.
Some of the images on there are scary that I might get in trouble for. It says, The War in Yemen Explained in 3 Minutes. That's the name of it. When was this published? How old is this? This was posted 5 years ago. Yemen has been facing its worst humanitarian crisis in decades. Thousands of people have been killed and millions have been displaced after Saudi Arabia launched a military offensive in 2015. The poorest country in the Arab world has become a playground for regional and international powers. Saudi Arabia considers Houthi rebels, who control vast swaths of the country, an Iranian ally and a direct threat to the security. 3 years into the war, the country has been devastated and civilians are bearing the brunt of the war. About 17 million Yemenis will face famine if humanitarian aid does not reach them soon. So, and this was way back when, 2017, and we are in 2023, and this is still, the situation is pretty much the same. Like she said at the end of the video, it's in a gridlock. And when they were talking about cholera, again, I can't help but to think about Haiti. And then it's like they said that their government wasn't, you know, dealing with the trash and sewage properly. And that's another reason why it's the cholera. And it's a similar situation in Haiti right now. And it's like, I can't help but to think about how that's oppressive on the people. Like the people, making the people suffer, like on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it sounds like to me. Like I say, the people suffer. They don't want the people to be all right. Like they want them to suffer. So y'all want to fight back? Y'all want your rights and stuff? Take this cholera. See how you deal with that. Let me read some comments. It says, this is one of the best YouTube videos I've ever watched. It's concise, straight to the point, and well organized. I appreciate the work that has been put into this video. I pray to Allah that Yemen and her people will be saved from this crisis. Another comment, it says, as a Yemeni individual, this video is 100% true. Another comment, this is 3 weeks ago. I always wonder why and how countries like these around the world get like this. Yeah, you're touching on something there. How does it happen? Let me read some more. It says, this is some of the saddest news I've ever seen. Praying for the people of Yemen. God bless you all. Another comment, it says, I am Saudi, but pray for Yemen. We have the same blood. The war started between the governments in Yemen. Inshallah, the war will stop. Another comment says, love this channel. Thank you for teaching us who are not aware. Another comment, it's nice to see the perspective of Middle Eastern journalism on Yemeni crisis. All I had read so far was from far removed international newspapers. Keep it up, Al Jazeera. You're doing great work. Let's hope that some sort of deal can be reached to alleviate the suffering of the civilians. Well, that hasn't happened, buddy. All the suffering, you can add like 10, how many more years on top of that? Another comment. And it's always a few people who can't control their greed and ruin an entire country. It happens all over. It's really sad. Greed.
You know, and worse is this isn't just a, you know, we're looking 5-7 years now. So this is literally because of this is an entire generation or two of a problem.
Exactly.
Undernourished people, malnourished children, they can't grow, they can't develop, they're not as smart, they're not as strong. It weakens the entire peoples for an entire generation until something happens and things begin to pick up again.
And they turn into terrorists too, because they're young, they're growing through this, and they really understand, they learn about
and they're pissed.
And they're gonna, you know, and when they talk about like an Al-Qaeda breeding ground or whatever, like this is what they mean.
It's real easy to go,
or
hey,
ISIS.
You are pissed. You know what? Let me explain some things to you. You know, you've been hungry all your life. You're pissed. You know something's going on. Tell you what, share some bread with me. Let me tell you why you should be pissed. Let me tell you who you should be pissed at. Hey, come fight for my flag. We have less blood on it than most.
Yeah, and it's easy recruiting, because they're gonna be like, you know, at the end of the
Can I
day,
take food to my family? Yeah, here, take some food to your family. Just come on back tomorrow and let's talk again. And then the truck's there and they just toss them on. Let's go.
yeah, well, they're gonna easily agree, because it's like,
Well, we're thinking further over in Africa, not as much where we're talking about, but still, same thing.
Same thing, and I'm sure it's happening here.
Similar results, similar situations.
And so that's the thing. When they talk about this bloated military budget that we have and all of the wars around the world, and then they're talking about it's making us safer. Like, we're fighting for your freedom. We're fighting to keep you safe. But when you are creating environments that breed people who hate us, is that making us safer?
You know, I had someone earlier talking to me about, you know, oh, well, yeah, well, we're sending them the money for the aid. You know, how is that Biden's buddies making money? They're spending that on taking care of their stuff. I'm like, yeah, they're buying guns.
Yeah.
They're buying missiles from
Raytheon,
American manufacturers. They're hiring
Boeing or
Brown and Root and places like that to come do food facilities and stuff like that, and their back lines, organized kitchens, things like that. They're hiring BlackRock freaking Mercs and stuff like that to protect non-military assets.
So most of the money is going to go to American companies or private contractors or whatever, but they'll all be American companies. Well, most of them will be, and our
American
buddies.
and Chinese.
And so that's where all the money's going to go. That's what that person don't understand, that they're naive when they think that these people, but I think that most people think that way because they're on this face. That's what it sounds like. Oh, we're sending aid to Ukraine. So in people's brain, they're thinking like, I don't know, some food and I don't know, shelter, blankets.
Dude, I'm like, come on, man. Let's save the 20% that Ukraine is laundering and just give the companies the money and take the 20% and give it to the Americans. There, same result. The companies get ignorantly fucking rich, but we end up actually getting something out of it. And hell, then they don't even have to make the guns. Shit, we can actually double profits for them. Hell yeah.
But see, it's more to it than that because the guns, a lot of them end up in the black market. And then right now we're talking about Yemen. Where do you think some of these?
Well,
You
I
think
mean,
that any of the
we
guns?
got to buy them back up and back up in the black market. That way, we can ship them down to Africa to keep those wars going on down there right now.
That's what my point is. And we're talking about Yemen, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of those Ukraine weapons end up there. Because I'm sure they're going all around the world.
I mean, right now, the Taliban is basically has been funded by the American taxpayer for at least the next 3 to 10 years.
They
with
got
all the stuff that we left.
New state-of-the-art equipment and shit. Like,
And I'm trying to figure out why the fuck we didn't scuttle those trucks, helicopter, all that. Why didn't we scuttle it? If we're going to leave it, burn it. Make them salvage the shit. Thermite fucking bomb, all that shit.
I saw a story about them reverse engineering some of that stuff. Like, learning the technology of some of that stuff so they can make it themselves.
Like I say, make them friggin' work for it. Don't just leave it there to fucking be pulled apart. Like, I mean, shit, they can go. Well, then again, all they got to do is go on YouTube and it shows them probably how to take it apart and put it back together anyway.
Yeah, well, I got to give props to Trump related to this topic because that's the reason. And so then they had to leave in a rush. They didn't want to leave. They didn't have no intention on leaving. So that Trump made that, whatever it was executive order or whatever it was, y'all got to get out of there. And that's it. Y'all got this amount of time. And shit, they fucking, obviously they didn't have enough time to get their shit together and they end up leaving a bunch of shit.
Well, remember, that was also during the time they thought that they could invalidate anything Trump ever did or said.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. They didn't have no intention of leaving. So they probably thought all the way up until the last second that this wasn't going to,
And then a fanatic religious terrorist organization just barely out of the Stone Age pantses the leader of the free world in front of the entire world.
Well,
that was awesome.
That's a quagmire, and that shows it's like David beating Goliath.
That was the domino right there. That was the first one. They flicked that shit. Look where we're getting now. Look how then China started acting shitty. They started building friggin' airplane hangars and stuff like that in the middle of the ocean over there in the South China Sea. They're making moves on Taiwan. You've got Russia continuing its thing that it's been doing since 2000s. I mean, all that shit, everyone was like, the one thing about them, everyone was like, oh, Trump way deals with all the dictators. It's like, no, he went over there and scared the shit out of them.
Yeah,
it's
man,
like, oh my God, this guy is actually fucking crazier than we are. Maybe we're going to back off and see what happens.
I think there was definitely a factor of that because it's like, this dude is crazy. He might actually push the damn button. Let's chop it up with this guy.
He gangster. He don't give a fuck.
So, again, I think that's good. I have to give him props because that's the reason why. And they wanted that to go forever. They just these are their money banks. Like, there's so much money. Like, the biggest money is this military industrial complex. I really don't think anything is bigger than that. There's nothing bigger than that. That's the huge money. Boeing, Raytheon, freaking. And the United States was founded on that. Like I say, I want to say our first industry was gun making, way back in the day when when the United States became the United States.
No, our first industry was tobacco farming.
Well, there's something historical with that because it's related to the war, the Revolutionary War, and it was like we can't trust nobody else to build these weapons, and they started building their own weapons. And that's a big part of that story. And that's the beginning of the United States. And we've been selling and manufacturing weapons ever since.
Why do I want to say Remington?
Yeah, that's it. The Remington. The rifle.
Because
I don't
the
wanna-
Colt came much later.
Yeah, that was much later. They had the rifles, and they were making them, and they had an assembly
Actually,
line.
we're closer to the Colt being invented than the Colt was to whatever you're talking about.
The Remington, because I'm talking about, what is this, 1760s or 17 yeah, like the 1760s, I think we're talking about here. Because how long did the Revolutionary War go on? And the independence was 1777, right? There I go with the damn dates. Damn dates. I always hated the dates when it came to history because they make you remember those damn dates. And a lot of times I feel like that's like the least important factor almost. Like when it happened, okay, yeah. I guess it's important when you think about it in sequence, like what came before and what came after. That's important, but they make you memorize those dates, and it's always a question on the damn test. So can I play this? This is Al Jazeera.
You know, if you don't go over a large area of history, there's always a mnemonic you can use for the dates and stuff. As long as it's no more than 7, you can use Twinkle Twinkle Little Star almost every time. Which also just happens to be A, B, C, D, and I do that because now that you know that, you'll never be able to unhear it.
Yeah, you got me. You got into my head right there. Who are the Houthis in Yemen? So, to give some context on this,
The Houthis make up around 25% of Yemen's population. Although they belong to the Shia sect of Islam, they are Zaydis. They follow a branch that's different to the Twelver Shia Islam, the dominant practice in Iran, Iraq, and Lebanon. Zaydis take their name from Zayd ibn Ali, the great-grandson of Ali who was killed in an uprising. Zayd is revered as a leader that fought against a corrupt regime. The Zaydi believe that it is their religious duty to fight against unjust rulers. That contrasts with most Sunni and Shia doctrines that usually encourage unity over disorder. For 1,000 years, Zaydis have lived in the mountains of former northern Yemen in what is present-day Saada province bordering Saudi Arabia. In 1978, Ali Abdullah Saleh, a Zaydi, came to power in former North Yemen. 12 years later, North Yemen and South Yemen were united into one country. Saleh's rule lasted until 2011. In the late 80s, Saudi-funded Salafi institutes were established in the north of Yemen with state support. This made Zaydis feel marginalized. They responded by trying to revive their religion and culture under the leadership of Hussein Badruddin al-Houthi, and the Houthi movement was born. But it was the 2003 war in Iraq that made the group more politically active. The Houthis opposed the US-led invasion of Iraq. Hussein al-Houthi began criticizing Saleh, calling him a US-backed dictator. When some Houthis protested in mosques in the capital Sana'a, Saleh tried to crack down on the movement by sending troops to arrest Hussein al-Houthi. This triggered the first armed conflict between the government and the Houthis. Hussein al-Houthi was killed in 2004, and his brother, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, took over. Saudi Arabia backed the government, and despite religious differences, Iran began supporting the Houthis. The Houthi movement accepted Iran's support, but resisted direct interference. For the Iranians, the Houthis being a counterforce to Saudi interests was enough. The Houthis achieved initial military success, which provoked more Saudi-backed government force. The parties then reached a ceasefire agreement in 2010. A year later, when the Arab Spring reached Yemen, the Houthis were one of many groups calling for Saleh to step down. And when he did, the Houthis joined a national dialogue, but they were unhappy with the outcome, as it would reduce their territorial autonomy. The new president, Abdurabu Mansur Hadi, also backed by the Saudis, had trouble stabilizing the country. He couldn't stop al-Qaeda attacks, and fuel prices and unemployment began to skyrocket. This provoked a new rebellion. This time the Houthis allied with their once sworn enemy, former President Saleh, who still had military forces loyal to him. By 2015, Houthi rebels had toppled the government and gained control of Yemen's major cities. When they entered Sana'a, they rebranded themselves as Ansar Allah, or the Helpers of God, and opened air traffic between Tehran and Yemen, promising cheap oil. Across the northern border, Saudi Arabia's king Salman bin Abdulaziz ascended the throne and saw the Houthis as a dangerous and an important pawn in the proxy war against Iran. Saudi Arabia formed a coalition with other Arab states backed by the US, UK, and France and began strikes on the Houthis. Despite this, 3 years later, the Houthis still control large parts of the country, and the war has been costly. More than 10,000 people have been killed, and almost 2 million children under the age of 5 are considered acutely malnourished.
Horrible stuff. Freaking and I wonder one of the things that jumps out to me on this throughout what we've been playing is like why aren't they talking about like peace deals as far as like the United States, or let's just pick on the United States. Well, how come the United States isn't like brokering peace deals? Like I saw I want to say it was Iran who's trying to like broker peace in Ukraine and get Zelensky and Putin on some kind of agreement. And I wonder why how come the United States isn't playing a role like that? You know? We talk about pray for Ukraine or cry for Ukraine or whatever. The war continues and the people continue to suffer there. Why isn't
we can't bring them to the table because we were the ones that gave Russia the black eye in the first place by offering Ukraine entry into NATO?
Yeah. Well, that's what the answer is. So we would have to change our
this all would
position.
have happened eventually anyway, because Russia's been pushing every single border, every single thing since 2000. But yeah, it wouldn't have happened now. It would have been a while. I don't know if you've been how much you've been reading about this going back a few years and stuff, but yeah, this wouldn't have come into a conflict for another probably 3 to 5 years. I think,
but it
if
was
wasn't
already
for the whole Biden thing and all that going on.
But it was
Now,
already a war going on there. It was a civil war already happening.
No, Russia instigated a civil war there, just like America did. Like they did the same thing that you condemn America about all the time.
Yeah,
and they have been doing this since 2000. You're looking at it right now and going, oh, they're the heroes, but you yourself are not looking back into the history of the expansion of Russia in the last 20 to 30 years. This is pattern. This is pattern for them.
But
it's
either
happened
way,
before, 5 times before.
painting them the enemy or whatever is what
They
continues.
they send people in, they create a casus belli, they move in to help control or support, they claim territory. They they flip the government to a puppet government. Just like everything you condemn America about it. I don't understand why you're saying Russia is so good for it, because, well, I know why, because Nazis, but
I'm not defending Russia necessarily, especially not in the argument today. I'm trying to make the argument of the peace talks. Why isn't Biden trying to get Zelensky, regardless of encroachment or who was wrong and whatever the hell. Like, this thing could escalate, and it's continuing to escalate, and it could literally turn into World War III.
Because
So
as the initiators of the insult, we can't sit there and go, oh, by the way, I know I slapped you in the face, but I need you to come to the table with this guy.
yeah, so that's what the United
That's
States would have to say. I'm sorry,
exactly.
my bad. We're not gonna do it no more. Can we come to some kind of agreement on this?
And that's why Putin will not accept any kind of thing that involves America right now, because it's like, first, you have to admit you were wrong by inviting Ukraine into NATO after you said you weren't going to do it.
And for blowing up my pipeline.
We're not even going to add anything. It all just, it has to start from there. There is no proof as to who did or did not blow up the pipeline. Wait a minute, you mean Ukraine's pipeline, which Putin was claiming is his? Just like 4 more territories than the 2 which he's already claimed and are now annexed by Russia, by the way.
Well, the fact
but
that
of course the Ukrainians didn't agree with that, and they took 2 of them back as he was making the announcement that we are now annexing this area. It's annexing now. It's no longer they're voting. He's going in and going, this is us. He's taking the plants. Everything that I said he was going to do. And more, but still.
Them not doing an investigation on the bombing of that pipeline is enough evidence for me. Like we don't need to do no official investigation on that.
Well, that's the problem right now is I think, and this is conspiracy theory talking, I think that we did it.
That's why we don't need to do no investigation.
Not we, but like BlackRock or whatever.
Third party, for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
American-based
private contractor.
Interests. Yeah, an American-based contractor. Say we sent the McDonald's army in on their ass.
For sure. Without a doubt. And then even if the information was to come out, then we'd have deniability, and be like, we didn't tell them to do that. They did that on their own.
They had no support from the military or anything like that. That was not us. That was a private contract between their government and that company.
Yep.
We will neither confirm nor deny report that they had access to our satellite system to be able to run their op. They must have hacked it.
Wait, did I read any comments on this?
Since 2000.
Let me see. The video that I played, who are the Houthis in Yemen? This was 4 years ago. It says, since 2015, Saudi coalition has waged war on Houthi rebels in Yemen. So who are the Houthis? Let me see if there's some comments. This first comment, it says, thank you for the clear timeline of history. Unfortunately, the American masses have been misinformed and don't understand the complexity of the Arab state and their religious differences. That being said, this ignorance allows the U.S. government to continue meddling in things that best not be involved in. And I think this dude made a really good comment, because that's the reason why I kind of wanted to cover this, because it's like people being super ignorant, and it really goes deep with the ethnicities in here. So that's what people don't really understand from the outside looking in. And then the different ways of following Islam, different versions of it, if you will. This was a lot of this, and that's the reason why you had Saudi Arabia, because the way they worship, But you know, that's why trying to jump in on one side or meddling in with this stuff and you don't even know what's going on. But I think that them just making a mess is what they be wanting to do, so they still accomplish what they want. They don't really have to understand it. So what I'm saying is, I know that a lot of the CIA or whatever guys, you know, the intelligence agencies, they know these intricacies related to the ethnicities of these people, and they instigate it using that knowledge. But probably most of the people, like let's say the army people, the military folks, they probably don't really understand that stuff like at all. Let me read some more. It says, this is literally the best short intro to the Yemen conflict I've ever seen. Another comment, it says, hi, I'm from Indonesia, one of the very few Islamic nations who's still in peaceful state. This indeed is a very sad time for my brothers in Arab nations. I pray to Allah for peace in Arab nations. If one can learn from mistake, what advice would you say to us, your brothers from Indonesia, to avoid such conflict happening in an Arab nation? I would like to know. Leave a comment below. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, brother. I don't know. You know, there's this thing, you know, along with the capitalists, we was having an argument under one of the videos that I had made, and we were talking about like the free market or whatever, capitalism, and what's good about it and what's bad about it and whatever. And I'm saying, like, you have these things going on, these dynamics in the world where it's like you have certain systems that they are approved, you know, like capitalism is approved system. That's the system that's supposed to be the best system and everybody should do it. But you also have this thing with the religions, okay? So because the economic systems clash with the religious systems, basically. Because like it's in Islam, they have all kinds of stuff in there related to the law and money and all of that. So any government that would be related to Islamic culture would have to adhere to those principles in the Quran related to money and law and so forth. So what I'm saying is, you have this capitalist versus communism, if you will, dynamic in the world. And then you kind of have this Christianity versus Islam thing going on. It's really kind of strange when you think about it. You got Buddhism and Judaism and, you know, Hinduism, and those other the latter two are really the majority of the world. It's a lot of people. It's just a lot of people. But the power dynamics in the world is not that, because even with India, being that they were a British colony, you have a lot of you have the Christian and Muslim dynamic going on with that. And so if you look at all of the power players in the world, the big powerful countries, they're going to be Christian or Muslim for the most part. You get what I'm saying? So this economic system of capitalism kind of ties with these religious battles, because only one system is supposed to prevail or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling. I was trying to explain the thought. Let me read some more comments. It says, may Allah unite us all. Ameen. Allahumma ameen. Watching this is heart-wrenching. Another comment, it says, I'm from Saudi and I support both Saudi and Yemen. May God bless the Yemeni people and God protect them. Another comment, thank you for not disrespecting all of the ones who lost their families and their lives in this conflict, because every other news network always claims that it's an Iran-Saudi proxy war. It's a world proxy war. All the big powers. Another comment, it says, explain the complexity in the most short time with perfection. Just wow. Another comment, this is just fascinating the way a small, insignificant country became such a big threat, lol. And now all these other countries have to gain up against this small country. Says something about their spirit, power, and blessing. God will protect his people just like David in the Bible. He will give the victory no matter who is against you or how big the enemy. Stay close to God and give him thanks. Houthis. This comment right here, I think that people don't really understand. Like, he's saying all the countries gain up on this country, on this small country, and it says something about their spirit and power. What people don't really understand is that you have other countries that are going to support those, like they're going to support the Houthis, whoever the rebels are in the different countries, and with these civil wars. So you'll have certain countries supporting one side and then other countries supporting the other side. That's the reason why they get to continue, because if it was just the Houthis by themselves and just fighting against this, that there's no way that they would be able to continue to fight. They're being supported by outside entities. You know, war is expensive. You know, you got to buy weapons, you got to feed the guys, you got to move around, you need bullets out the wazoo and missiles or whatever the hell it is you're using. You need a constant supply of that. The years time, wars have been what has put countries in debt historically. And a lot of times the wars are what causes these countries to become subservient to other countries or whatever. Like, they really lose as a result. I think it goes back to like the kings and, like, I don't know, those European wars back in the day where you had the king and he's like, we're going to war. And what happens is, you know, they have to win before they run out of money. So it's the same today, but these guys have unlimited checks because they got money steady getting pumped in by whoever, some other country has some interest in the situation. So that's why the little army can just keep on going practically forever with some guerrilla warfare if they have to. Let me read some more. It says, this is just fascinating the way, read that. Peace is the only option. We need to accept each other. We are all the same, and at the same time, we are all different. Everyone needs to accept that. At the same time, every person should accept the other as they are. We do not need more violence. Let the people live. Down with warmongering politicians. Normal people never want war. This is a great, absolutely fantastic comment. I'm going to copy and paste this. I like that a lot. One second. Yeah, so he says peace is the only option. We need to accept each other. We are all the same, and at the same time, we are all different. Everyone needs to accept that. And at the same time, every person should accept the other as they are. We do not need more violence. Let the people live. Down with warmongering politicians. Normal people never want war. We never really want war. You know, we're the ones who die, the regular folks. You know? So they benefit from this. Meanwhile, the cholera. Meanwhile, starving kids. Meanwhile, ethnic cleansing. Meanwhile, the people suffering. No schools, no hospitals.
I'm telling you, as a human being, it's hard a lot of times for me when I'm talking about how I understand this is going on, how I understand that, because I'm actually saying I understand all this mass death and all this stuff. And it's kind of fucked up when you think about it. But for someone to actually quantify it and go, how much can we make per death?
Yeah.
How much more can we make if we cause a little bit more destruction?
How much more can we make if they suffer, if they're really suffering a lot? Like, not even killing them, just making them freaking, just sucking their life force.
You know, you make money off of the arms that it takes to kill them. You don't make money off of the relief it takes to feed them.
Yeah, well, we talk about famine, so I don't think anybody's getting fed over there.
Exactly, because there's no money in it. Despite the fact that our government is paying farmers to dump shit in the ocean and burn crops, people in the world are going hungry. But it's a logistics problem. How do we get it from here to there? You know, someone said, Elon Musk, you've got all this money. If you spent this much, it would solve world hunger. He just sat there and said, you more than what you just asked of me is spent on solving world hunger every year. You show me how you can make it work, and I'll give you the money. And I kind of applauded that statement. Not being a Musk fanboy, but being an understanding of, we can throw money at the situation all at once. All that means is people are getting freaking rich and people are still freaking starving right now.
This says Houthis has more than 100,000 fighters under their command and are de facto rulers of much of Yemen, including the capital Sana'a. They are only partially supported by Iran. I think this comment wanted to say more, and it was trying to be safe. Only partially supported by Iran. Yeah. There's other countries, a whole list of them involved. The other part of this is Egypt. I wanted to touch that before I go because I mentioned it. Can I play this? We're being dangerous today.
The Dansha mayor, he kept telling us that we need to move, that we don't belong to stay here.
They took all my cutlass, burned my sorghum in the house, and told us this is not our region. They said our land is east of the Takazi River.
They kept saying every night, we will kill you. Go out of the area.
So they got me nervous. It says in early November 2020, conflicts broke out between the Ethiopian military and regional security forces from country's northern Tigray region.
The fighting followed years of growing tensions between the Ethiopian federal government, led by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, and leaders of Tigray's ruling political party. Government forces were soon joined by security forces from the Amhara region, which neighbors Tigray, as well as soldiers from the country of Eritrea. The conflict has resulted in numerous abuses on both sides and millions of people displaced.
It says individuals responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity in the conflict should be fairly prosecuted.
Initially, heavy fighting between the Ethiopian military with their allies against Tigrayan fighters took place around Western Tigray. Electricity, banking, and telecommunications, including the internet and phone lines to Tigray, were cut off.
Okay, now that is a thing. And I've noticed this happening more and more. Like in China, it was a thing that was happening. What was it? It was like the protest, when the protest was going on. And then they cut off the internet and they blocked all the videos. Like it wasn't no videos coming out of China, and they were making sure of it.
Well, you remember Ukraine and the U.S. asked Elon Musk if he would shut off all the cars, all of his Tesla cars, because they have a flip switch. And they can shut off any and all Tesla cars. They said they wanted him to shut off all the ones in Russia. And he's like, no.
What was that movie? Oh my God, it was so funny. That makes me think of that because they turned off the dude's car. It was in the future. Fuck, I can't think of it. I'm tired now. Anyways, turning the stuff.
I need more clues than that guy and stuff like that.
I could probably get it if I think about it long enough. But the turning the shit off. That's what I wanted to talk about right here. It's like, if people think that can't happen here, then they're crazy. You know what I'm saying? Something really pops off, our government decides to turn off the freaking internet and shit. Maybe they do it even localized, like just for a city. I like I say, it seems like I'm seeing that more and more around the world when it's something happening and they don't want it to get out. They cut the phones, they cut the internet services. And that's a thing, like, so like we depend on that heavily, like especially in the developed nations, as far as the Wi-Fi is a staple, it's a utility, and seeing that they have so much power over there, how they could just turn it off, like kill your bank accounts or whatever, you just screwed. Because that's what they did to Julian Assange. They killed his banks. He didn't have no access to money.
Dude, why do you think that digital currency, while being shit on by the governments and everything, and being lauded as the anarchist kind of money and stuff like that, yeah, why do you think that's just testing stage, man? Because
I'm telling you,
then if it's digital currency, then you've got a blockchain trace of everyone that's had that.
And I want to talk about this more. I'm gonna bring this up tomorrow because I want Pat to be here on this comment because he's a huge fan, and I'm skeptical. And I think I'm a
huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Bitcoin and currency too.
But I think that's gonna be what it is when they talk about the damn New World Order and all of this shit.
Okay, well, look up Salvador. Recently, they allowed cryptocurrency as an official currency, and when crypto crashed right after the end of the pandemic, they in trouble.
Right. So I think it's all kind of problems with it.
Well, like I said, there's some direction for you and some notes on some stuff to look up if you want to actually broach the subject.
Yeah, well, I just want, okay, we'll probably do it tomorrow. Send me something on it, and we're gonna do it tomorrow. But but I think that the government, that would be the perfect tool for them if they had, outlaw paper money, outlaw coins. They already been phasing out coins. Have y'all noticed that?
Dude, have you noticed there's been a war on our cash for a long time now?
Yeah, so just phase out the cash.
The only time we get cash is from fellow service people that are doing well, that used to work in the service industry, or people that are doing well that know that we get paid for shit and they toss us a little extra under the table because they're fucking cool like that.
Yeah, but then they make it to the point where you can't even do that. Because if you phase out coins and cash, then ain't no under the table nothing happening. So that's another thing. So what I'm saying is,
keep your deposits under $600.
They're gonna be tracking everything, all of it. And if whatever, they can just decide to turn your shit off.
Keep your cash deposits not under $600, but under $600 a month. That's what they haven't said yet.
They're gonna be tracking.
It isn't a per transaction.
They're gonna be tracking everything, every dollar.
Well,
They
yeah,
got me
at
tracking.
a $600 limit, unless you're renting a room, rent alone is going to ping you on their thing. And if you're not working, but you've got a couple of roommates tossing, like I've got right now, my roommates toss me the cash and then I pay the rent. So if you look at it that way, I'm making almost $3,000 a freaking month when I'm only making half of that. So what's going to happen when I claim this on my taxes and send it in is this all of a sudden, I mean, they got 87,000 people, so they got 174,000 more eyes on this shit than they did before. 2 eyes per person. And they're all watching for irregularities in the numbers, and that's an irregularity in the number. I'm claiming 17. I'm pulling in 25. It's like, hey, let's audit this guy. Let's see what's going on. Ooh, he's a service person. Do you think he's going to have every single one of his tax records for the last 5 years? Shit, I barely got my check stubs for the last 2 weeks. What the, you know?
Yeah. OnlyFans models. Hidalgo is taking a break. That's interesting to me. Judge
Good.
Hidalgo to take personal leave while she deals with family issues. It's a lot going on with that.
Who's our interim person that's going to tell us what's best for us, whether we have a choice in it or not? Sorry, I got done with her during the pandemic.
Yeah, she's a controversial. Let me read this topic.
Dictator.
This headline, it says, funeral home owner gets 20 years for selling body parts and faking ashes. A Colorado woman was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for cutting up more than 550 corpses and selling body parts through her funeral home business without the consent of the dead individual's loved ones. She was charged with mail fraud, however, under a plea agreement that dropped all other charges. Megan Hess operated Sunset Mesa Funeral Home in Montrose, Colorado, with her mother, Shirley Koch. The latter was sentenced to 15 years for helping her daughter chop up the body parts under the charge of mail fraud as well. Both women pled guilty in 2022 to the illegal activity. According to court records, both women defrauded families who requested to have their deceased relatives cremated. Instead, the pair would collect parts of the dead body and sell them for items like surgical training as well as educational purposes. One family member said that she learned from investigators that her father's dead body was sold to a museum overseas, as well as that ashes given to her were not her father's ashes. Obviously, in the recent sentencing appearance, Koch expressed remorse and took responsibility for her actions. Hess reportedly declined to address the court. Oh man, that's a crazy ass story right there. What do you think? That's crazy.
It is a horrible, horrible thing that these body parts were sold to people that use them for education and knowledge and stuff like that. This is hard for me to say. It really is bad that they did that.
And in a lot of
Despite
cases,
they did it well, they did it for the money. They did it for the money.
but I ain't gonna lie, in a lot of cases the universities be having stuff that they shouldn't have, that they use for educational purposes.
And they got to save money too. I mean, when 90% of the entire friggin' budget goes to the football team, there's not much room for the medical department, you know?
I don't feel sorry for these universities. Maybe the high schools and middle schools.
I don't know many middle schools that are going to need cadaver parts for class.
Yeah. I don't know. They might use it for a skeleton.
Well, no, they were saying chopping off parts. They weren't talking. They didn't say anything about whole bodies. They were saying parts.
Yeah. This right here was funny. It says, "This is the Onion. Protective."
Like, boom, neck off. Well, we can use the short coffin with this one.
This right here, it says, "Protective Mitch McConnell takes new senator under neck." And they got a funny little meme there. It's pretty funny to me. Romeo and Juliet stars sue over underage nude scene from 1986.
Oh, me too.
It says, the then teen stars of the 1968 film adaptation of Romeo and Juliet are suing the movie studio for child sex abuse more than 5 decades later. Olivia Hussey, now 71, and Leonard Whiting, now 72, were 15 and 16 respectively when the film was shot. The two claimed they were pressured by film director Franco Zeffirelli, who passed away in 2019, into participating in a nude scene for the film while underage. They also alleged that Fraley told them the cameras would be positioned to not show any nudity. However, Whiting's buttocks and Hussey's breasts were both ultimately visible in the scene. The pair claims Paramount sexually exploited and distributed nude images of them as children and are seeking damages believed to be in excess of $500 million. What they were told and what went on were two different things, Tony Maranzone, nosy business manager for the actor, said. They trusted Zeffirelli. At 16, as actors, they took his lead that he would not violate the trust they had. Franco was their friend, and frankly, at 16, what do? There are no options. There was no Me Too. That's a crazy story. What do you think about that? I think I saw that movie.
Dude, we all saw that movie. We grew up having to watch that movie.
Yeah.
I think I had to watch it 2 or 3 times through the course of middle and high school. For some freaking reason, they thought 9th grade was a really good time to, puberty in full bloom was a really good time to put Romeo and Juliet down our throats and crap like that, you know? It's like, oh, I am just bursting through with these hormones. I don't need to understand. Oh, these kids killed themselves. Oh, how dramatic.
Yeah, I barely remember it, so it wasn't that memorable for me because I can barely remember it.
I was in drama. I played Romeo, Mercutio, and Tybalt throughout my high school years.
Yeah, I remember the Romeo and Juliet story. I'm talking about this movie. I don't remember.
It's part of the reason I learned how to do several voices and accents.
It's a crazy story. So they was underage. So that's like, you catch a serious case for that. That would be child pornography.
Nowadays it would be bad. But crap, man. That's 55 years ago? That's a year before I was born. Good God, I'm coming up on 55. That ain't cool.
Yeah, so
I got 18 days. Oh, Babylon
What
B
happened?
put out the most watched videos of 2022
Oh
on
yeah.
YouTube. I know you got them. I know you watch them too.
Let me play this one.
Age of 12 would not be arrested or prosecuted for any crimes in New York City unless it's a homicide. And that's when I'm here to tell you that 9 times out of 10, that's when the world officially ends. Because you mean to tell me a New York City 12-year-old, which in all reality is damn near like an 18-year-old, and whoever's under the age of 12 is not getting charged for no crimes unless they man something down? So what if they perfect how to man something down by the time they 12? They'd never go to jail? Y'all not understanding me. I don't wish jail on nobody or nothing, but a New York City child is a baby adult. They just move different. They're a little bit more advanced. And I'm here to tell you, y'all telling us any kid under the age of 12 can't get charged with nothing unless it's a body is crazy. Pray for New York. Starting tomorrow, January 1st, any child under the age of 12 will not be arrested or prosecuted for any crimes in New York City unless it's a homicide.
What do you think about that? Phil, I think this is Blue Pill, Red Pill. One of them posted this. He says, "Madness brewing. They're really gonna make NYC Gotham."
Dude, I believe we saw this during the crack epidemic, where all the adults did was sit back and take the money drop-offs, and all the rest of the shit was handled by the underage kids.
Damn, you got to give them. You giving them ideas, Doc. They probably wasn't even thinking.
Giving them ideas. They way ahead of me on this. Trust me. See, I come from the day when that shit, I saw it with my eyes. Not just the shit that people say, not the stuff that you see people saw on The Wire and shit like that. But yeah, I saw fucking 12-year-old fucking kids selling rock. I saw the 15 and 17-year-old dealers hand the 12-year-old guns, money, all that. No, not money, but guns, drugs, all that, because they couldn't be touched for any of it. I mean, seriously, as long as the gun doesn't have a body on it yet, let the kid hold it.
That's craziness.
You want to make sure that no one gets arrested. You're going to lose it, but let the kid hold the stash, man. He ain't going to go to jail for it.
Let me do this one.
Child, what is this? Exploitation is what this is going to lead to, man. Because you tell me the ninjas in the deep hood ain't going to do that for a fucking dollar to their own people.
Now that you gave him the idea.
Me give him the idea. I've saw that on TV 20 years ago. I knew about it before, but I'm talking about it now. So, yeah.
Let me do this one. It says, inflatable tanks used during World War II as decoy. This is History Photograph posted this. In 1944, the U.S. created the first tactical deception tank. First tactical deception unit, aka Ghost Army, to fool the Nazis during World War II. The unit consisted of 1,023 hand-picked soldiers, 82 officers, sound effects, fake orders via radio, and inflatable tanks and jeeps. The U.S. Army also hired artists, photographers, and fashion designers to amplify their realism. Together, they were able to simulate an army of approximately 30,000 strong. The Ghost Army began putting on traveling road shows. Hold on. A few months after D-Day in France until the end of the war. In totally, they staged 20 missions across the front lines of France. After the war, the Ghost Army was kept a military secret for 40 years until it was declassified in 1996. That's interesting, huh?
Dude, psychological warfare, man.
Yeah, how much of that do they do now with the fake stuff?
How many movies, how many historical times have you seen them putting the helmets of the dead and spears against the wall to make it look like there's more defenders? It's the same thing, just with better props. Or props that didn't come from dead people, which makes it, a happier story at least.
Let me read this comment. It says, it was the British who originally put this concept together long before D-Day as part of the British Army's Operation Bertram, staged in 1942, used camouflage and more than 2,000 dummy vehicles to convince the Germans that the British were strengthening a position in the south and to conceal British mobilization in the north, according to the website History of War. It was also repeated prior to D-Day to fool the Germans. The invasion would land on Calais. There are British soldiers in the video. So yeah, so I wonder, like, in what you're saying, like, they probably just updated this. How updated is it now?
Hey, here's what I'm going to say about that. The original post guy posts like proof. And this guy's just saying, oh, the British really did it first with no links.
Yeah. I always gotta.
I'm not going to say, no, that didn't happen, but please show me sources sometimes. If you're just going to naysay it, show me a source.
Yeah, especially if you're on a page like this one, because this particular page is they try to stay pretty factual.
This is one of those places where your knowledge and nerd cred is your big schlong. I mean, the whole idea is I'm smarter than you here. Oh, here's the sources. The sources are the whipping it around and smacking them in the head with it,
Yeah, well, I guess
the extra 3 inches on that tape measure.
Because, yeah, I really like this is on my scroll. I follow this page, so that's the reason why this is even here, because I saw it and I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, history is really interesting to me. I love it. Let me see this right here. Washington Post. This might be the last one. It says, return to office, quiet quitting, productivity, paranoia, boomerang employees, career cushioning. These buzzwords show how workplace culture changed in 2022. So, Washington Post. In 2022, the battle over workplace culture ushered in a new vocabulary as workers flexed their might in the tightest labor market in years and employers grappled with change brought on by the pandemic. Employees and employers were embroiled in conflict over the future of work as tensions over masks and vaccinations gave way to a tug-of-war over offices, remote work, and hybrid schedules. Engagement and productivity slumped. That's not true. Burnout and quits soared. Here's a few of the terms and trends that dominate the conversation around work last year. Read more through the link in our bio. Yeah, so what do y'all think? Washington Post, quiet quitting.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the truth. Pre-pandemic, I was one of those give it your all, push, no matter what, and shit like that. My first job out of the pandemic, I got fired from a food service server job because I talked to the customers too much. The house didn't want engagement with the customers. They wanted take the order, put the shit on the table, shut the fuck up. That's all they wanted. They didn't want personality. They didn't want get to know you. They didn't want personality. They wanted robot. And this is a mom and pop place. So
They're turning us all into robots.
Well, see, I was making $5.50 an hour there because I was a pandemic server, still had the mask on, all that fun stuff. So I went to the new place, and they started me at $7.25 an hour, and I didn't question it because it's the pandemic. A lot of people are at that point where you have to spend so much of that on employee salaries, or you have to pay it back. So I didn't question it. Several months later, I get pulled into the office and told, hey, this has been a mistake. We're not going to pay you. We shouldn't have been paying you $7.25. We're only going to pay you $2.13. Smack. Oh, this hurts. You know, but I get it. It's a decision. I can live with it. Here comes the next part. By the way, we're going to need you to pay back the $3,200 that we overpaid you. Then when I get my check, I notice they're taking $50 a week. I work 6 days a week. They're taking damn near $10 a day. I go back and we go back and forth, and I want to make a point that at this time, I have never at any point agreed to have them take money out of my check, that I owe them, or any of this is anything other than kind of weird and fucked up. So we negotiate. It's like, I can't have you taking that much out. And they're like, well, what would be better? I said, 30 would be better, but nothing, you know, it's like, it's still not, I still don't like the idea of money being taken out. But if you have to, make it, you know, reasonable. I work 6 days a week. Come on. So now they're taking 30 out a week, $5 a day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm really losing my mind because that is the way I feel valued as an employee. I was making $7.25, and here's the point I'm getting to with the whole roundabout. I was making $7.25. Now I'm making $2.13, and I'm paying them back. That is how I feel valued as an employee.
Yeah.
My work ethic is much different at $2.13 an hour and $5 a day getting taken out of my salary than it was when I was making $7.25 an hour plus my tips.
I get it.
Because I was running around, I was stocking stuff, I was helping bust people's tables, I was doing the job of a couple of people. But now that I'm getting sub-minimum wage and tipping out 3%, being the lowest paid person in the house at $2.13 an hour, I'm also giving up 3% of my tips to someone who's making $5 an hour and is only helping me clean off tables or seat guests. And not only is he just helping me clean off tables, if I don't take enough of the dishes off for his personal preference, he doesn't even bother coming by until I have no tables in my section.
Well, the restaurant business is shady.
That's the whole, yeah. So that's what I was saying on this is my work ethic, my work, what I do right now. They're paying me $2.13 an hour. They're getting $2.13 an hour effort. When they were paying me $7.25 an hour, they were getting $7.25 an hour effort.
Yeah.
I was raised to always do the best that you can, no matter what. When you work, do your best job. But now I've been taught that there are different ranges of my best. Because, well, like I said, that's my best for $2 an hour. That's my best for $7 an hour.
Let me read some comments. This one, it says, why are work week hours longer now than before computers, internet, email, smartphones? It's not a lack of labor or productivity. It's just corporate greed at the highest levels. This comment, it says, buzzwords created by consultants and amplified by the media. A lot of hot air, if you ask me. Another comment, because people were tired of being exploited, yeah, culture really changed in 2022. Another comment.
Okay, I got to point out the one talking about working working the same, more hours after computers. That's not true. Back in the day, man, you worked 50, 60 hours a week. You know, dad worked 50, 60 hours a week and shit like that. Nowadays, 40 hours, man, pound the clock, get the freak out, unless you're management and you're 55 hours, like old school. I mean, we really do work a little less than we used to. And we do get paid more. It's just inflation and everything has gone so far up that it has outstripped salaries and what we're making.
Yeah, they should have been improving it. But I think the comment that whoever that was making is still valid in the relation to how much improvement technology has done and how little the work week and work hours have changed.
Oh yeah, we should be working. Well, I work 6 days a week and get right about a 40-hour week. That should be everybody's choice.
Let me read this one.
I'm getting my 40. Some people prefer to work 4 10-hour days. They should have that choice.
Let me read this one. It says, add overworked and underpaid. My company has lost multiple employees, and you have to have state license to do the job. Many have left due to high caseload stress. Shaking my head. This one, it says, I wish I had a career cushion. I have more of career spring mattress frame with a bunch of loose coils digging into me. Let me read this one. It says, in a period of labor shortage like we are seeing now, workers are able to get higher wages and other concessions. It remains to be seen if this will last, though, a more normal business cycle that might include a recession. More normal, what does that really mean? Let me read this one. It says, more like flexed than right. We finally honor ourselves over others, and it gets called quiet quitting. Cool term, though. I was doing just that when I first heard there was a new name for it. Also, productivity slumped. Can someone point me to those numbers? No one has been able to articulate to me what's suffering from people with besides egos. Another comment, pay people what they are worth and there will be fewer problems. Another comment, it's executives and C-levels trying to justify their salaries. Another comment, I was today years old when I first heard the term productivity paranoia. Yeah, I never heard that either. Another comment, it says, I'm so pleased to see these quiet reply to the current destruction leadership style prevalent in so many workplaces. The only way to save my health and integrity as a human was to quit my job as a teacher. Workers are tired of being exploited. Oh, my eyes are burning now. So, and we're almost at 4 hours. Look at this map a little bit. Freaking geography. Most of the people in the world are over here. Lots of people over here. Emerging markets.
About half of the people in the world live in the area on your screen right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally half the people in the world.
And that's crazy because it's a whole lot of land over here. We didn't even show this the Americas. And you got all of Africa.
Well, that's why I was saying everyone's talking about there's no room. There is. It's just,
it's a
logistics,
we was saying it.
politics. It's not affordable.
It's a logistics. It's a logistics issue, like you said. You said it really succulent in one of the shows.
Yeah, it's logistics. It's about getting everything to where it needs to be. And that's not going to happen because there's not enough money in it.
I think the people would do it themselves if they, were just left alone. Like when today we're talking about Yemen and
man. The people, if left to their own devices, are going to insulate and isolate themselves further and further. Pull themselves out of the world more and more because of lack of trust, lack of cooperation. Why reach out when you can build in? I mean, I'm not big on the one world government, but I'm also not big on everyone pulling into themselves either. We need a global community, not a global government. The original idea of the United Nations about trying to get everybody a little say at the table and stuff like that was a good idea. And then it got screwed up by the biggest countries in the world having to wave and measure sizes of their things. Literally with some quotes.
Yeah.
And now the United Nations is pretty much 80% paid for by the United States and 80% against everything the United States does.
I want to go to the Caribbean. Anywhere in there. I'm looking at this map. Trinidad and Tobago, you should be a part of South America. It's considered part of the Caribbean, but it's parts of South America. The little tip is considered because the Greater Caribbean. It's an argument, anyways, in academics. But anyways, Grenada, St. Vincent, Barbados.
I'm sorry, as someone who's a fan of the pirate era, it's part of the islands. It's not part of the continent.
Yeah.
Word.
It's officially it is part of the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, but what I was saying was there's arguments for even more parts of the Caribbean because it's like there's a whole academic argument of where does it end. But any of these islands, St. Lucia, Martinique, Dominica,
Some
man,
people argue it goes all the way up to the coast of Florida and the Keys,
yeah.
which would include Cuba. Basically, that whole big, if you look at it, there's this whole big ring of islands that go up toward Florida. Yeah, see, Bahamas. So technically, the Caribbean, some people argue that it is from Miami to Trinidad and from Barbados and all of that area over there, all the way over to Nicaragua and Belize and, of course, Cuba and all that.
Right.
And that's, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm. And it's really interesting because the ethnic influences throughout here and into Louisiana. It's a nice little trip right here. And Haiti to Louisiana there's a connection there, an ethnic connection. Anyways, I'm tired. I'm babbling. I feel like I'm babbling. So I'm going to wrap it. Let me ask you this, Doc. You seem wide awake. The name of the show was It's Only Down From Here. And it's the idea of once you get to the pinnacle, your only next way to go is down. So, like, you know, that's why they say just enjoy the ride. And I'm talking about how you have these systems, let's say.
Okay, I can cut a whole lot of this off right easily.
Go ahead.
What the hell makes you think that we've reached the pinnacle?
Well, in certain aspects, in certain things, you know, of course, certain areas will continue to grow, but then you have the idea of exponential growth, which is basically impossible. But I guess that's beside what I'm trying to say. Once you've reached the pinnacle, like let's say capitalism, there's a good example. It's supposed to be the best system. You know what I'm saying? The best we can get.
But why do you think we've reached the pinnacle of it so far?
Well,
I mean, pure capitalism, we found out, was absolute trash and has created 90% of the problems that we're still trying to correct. This guided legislative capitalism is doing a crap load better. Problem is,
they got to keep pumping money.
We're still having problems with the pure capitalists, who ultimately are the families still in charge, the 6 or 8 families still in charge of 90% of the world's wealth.
And we just socialize those companies because
they have created products so integral to our lives that we are unable to detach ourselves from them.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how we freaking give them all of this money, basically.
Because they have created products and services so integral to our lives that we cannot disassociate ourselves from.
I'm talking about supporting them. Like when we bail them out, when they too big to fail,
those aren't the people that are the richest ones in the world. They're just ones making a shitload of money right now.
The same ones that we bailed out.
Well, see, here's where you're being inspecific, yet speaking from outrage, and I can't address anything when you're just yelling, bailed them out, bailed them out, bailed them out.
I can't think straight right now.
Some 20 bailouts of different industries, things and stuff like that. Some were good, some were bad. I mean, each one has to be looked at its face value and figured from there. We
Yeah,
can't
well,
just go, oh yeah, they're all bad. Oh, they're all good.
well, if it's free, if it's, I was having an argument with somebody, and they were talking about we have, damn it, I can't think.
Okay, tell you
free
what.
capitalism, and I'm
Tell
like,
you what.
no.
Let's get specific. How about it is so fucked up that every single year we bail out all these farmers who are falling apart and dying? Bailouts are bad, right?
I'm saying if it's a free market, then you're not bailing out nobody. If you fail, you
But
fail. It's a free
the
market.
government pays them to build these products and stuff like that, and they're actually not really getting bailed out, are they? Because they're just the government's buying it from them, despite the fact the government's dumping it off into the friggin' ocean or whatever they do with it.
Well,
But
the
that
people,
subsidies, farmer subsidies, so farmers should just go ahead and go out of business.
if we're making these initial investments, if we're supporting these businesses to stay afloat, then the American people should get dividends from that shit.
But what if they are failing because of the regulations that the government and laws that the government has put on them? And without those, they would actually be able to prosper.
If they didn't have
If
no
they could
regulations,
sell their grain or this to this country or that country instead of just being stuck in a local market with what the government says it could be, how about that?
if they didn't have no regulations, then they would just hire child labor and it'd be like China.
No, we're talking two completely different subjects right now. I'm talking trade and tariff. You're talking fucked up shit. You're talking ignorant dystopian bullshit. I'm talking about realistic capitalist. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm delirious. Freaking, I don't even know what my argument is. I ain't gonna lie, because I done lost it. It's
I mean, you were bailouts are bad, and I hit
Oh,
you
yeah.
with something that's hard for you to argue about, bailing out farmers. I know you're talking about the auto industry, the banks,
And the banks.
the real estate. I know what you're talking about, but since you were saying all bailouts are bad, I had to point out maybe not.
I wasn't saying all bailouts are bad. I was saying if it's a free market, then there ain't no bailouts. If they're because
Okay,
they're free
so if
market
it's a free
capitalism.
market for those guys to sell their food and all that to wherever and whenever, then how come they're crashing and falling?
And
How come the farms aren't making money?
And it goes to this argument related to the private property and because all of this government spending supporting these private companies to make money, and the regular people just don't get nothing out the deal. Like that's just a sour deal. Like didn't we pay for the research related to the vaccinations? Didn't most of the money come from?
Oh yeah, billions went to Pfizer. But at the same time, Elon Musk, all kinds of government benefit projects. Excuse me a second.
Yeah, so we paid all that money, and then now these people are rich. The company grew, doubled, tripled, quadrupled in size. The CEOs, CFOs, people involved, they all got rich. So, but what about the American people? What why not, since we made the investment, give us dividends in Pfizer and Moderna?
No, because it is illegal for the government to own parts of a company. That's bullshit. We're not going there. That is government ownership of private companies. And no, we're not going socialism.
Well,
and all
let's say
that.
the government don't have to own it. They just have to pay these dividends on their investment money that they got.
We're going to force you to pay dividends as if we were a stockholder. No.
Because we made the initial investments.
No,
Make us
okay. So in
stockholders.
other words, the government is vesting into a private company. Exactly what I said the problem was. No.
Well,
However,
that's what's happening. Me and you are paying for Pfizer and them to get rich.
absolutely,
We pay for the research.
Absolutely, we have, and I agree. Like I said, what's right and wrong, and what I think are different things. I get the way the game is played, and Pfizer had a whole lot of good buddies in government. What I would like to know is I would like to take a complete survey of every single governor, Congress, every single person who has an elected government seat from state level up to federal, and find out how many people invested in Pfizer between January of 2020 and April to whatever of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see how many people in government started throwing their personal investments towards stuff like that.
So, but that's what the whole
I
system
don't
is
care.
feeding off of the people.
I don't care about the tax returns of Trump, the billionaire who got freaking elected as president. I want to know about Obama, who had $300,000 net worth when he went into office and is now sitting at over $50 million of net worth. I want to know about Pelosi, who went in with $1 million or $2 million, $500,000 into office 80 years ago and is now as one of the richest people in freaking America. I want to see how these people are getting so rich in
She
public
dresses
office.
very nice too. All designer gear.
Yes, absolutely. The best any good crypt keeper could buy.
She be dressed fly, man. Yeah, they're getting rich, and it's freaking off the
Say,
backs of the people. So
you
it's
got to realize half of her outfits are actually from 20, 40, and 60 years ago. She's just pulling them out when they're retro again.
yeah, probably I never even wore them. Just been sitting there waiting.
Hell, some of them
right
designers are
time.
going, I don't remember making that. What the hell?
It's still new looking and shit. It was in the plastic the whole time. Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it.
Yeah,
So,
I'm about to have to drive my roommate to the airport. So, yay.
yeah, have fun with that. Well, it ain't gonna be no traffic, so well, maybe it will be. Them damn crazy damn people leaving the club and all drunk and shit. Anyways, be safe on your drive, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back.